Thank you.
Bad idea. Exhibit A.
It's the greatest of miracles that anyone came out of the disaster alive.
The Hindenburg was filled with over 200 million liters of hydrogen, but it also had an iron oxide and aluminum powder coating on its outer shell, two of the ingredients that make thermite, a mixture that undergoes such a strongly exothermic reaction, it is used to weld train tracks together. But even if airships weren't giant sacks of flammable gas encased in questionable coatings, they would still seem like a bad idea, because they are big and slow. But right now, a handful of companies around the world are competing to build a new generation of airships. So why are they doing it? I came across the following argument in a blog by Eli Dourado, and I found it compelling, so I wanted to explore it. Think about how goods, all the different types of stuff, are transported around the US. A large amount of money is spent moving things around by airplane, but this doesn't translate into a huge volume of goods because air transport is really expensive. It's the fastest way to get something from one place to another, but you pay a premium for that speed. If you want to save money, you can transport your goods on ships using the waterways in and around the country, but that will be much slower. Still, since it's significantly cheaper, far more goods are transported this way, and more money is spent on it overall. Rail provides an even better option. It's faster than ships and cheaper than planes, so more goods are sent by train than by air and water combined. But by far, the way that most goods are moved around the US is by truck. What's interesting about this is that trucks are not as fast as planes. They take several days to get across the country. They are also not as cheap as ships. But the combination of speed and price puts them in this sweet spot of cheap enough and fast enough, which is why they transport the vast majority of goods. They are like the baby bear's porridge of transport options. Just right. Now consider how goods are transported internationally. The only options are planes and ships. Again, a lot of money is spent sending goods by air, but because it's so expensive, the actual volume of goods is low. And most goods, both in terms of dollars and weight, are sent via ocean freight. But what if there were a third option, faster than ships and cheaper than planes? It seems likely that most customers would prefer this new truck-like method of transport. Airships could be this option. They could be the trucks of the sky. They would transport cargo across oceans in around a week rather than a month for freighters, and theoretically, they would be several times cheaper than sending goods by plane. And they would achieve all this while emitting significantly less emissions than planes. See, while planes get their lift from their wings, and so they need to burn a lot of jet fuel just to stay in the air, airships get their lift effectively for free. The buoyancy of lighter-than-air gas keeps them up, so they don't need to move forward to stay aloft. As a result, modern airship manufacturers estimate airships can reduce carbon emissions by 90% or more. But for airships to become the trucks of the sky, they would have to carry a lot of weight. And historically, that has not been a particular strength of airships. But that's where the physics comes in. The lift of an airship depends on the volume of lighter-than-air gas it contains. So lift is proportional to radius cubed, whereas drag depends on a combination of the cross-sectional and wetted area. That is basically the surface area of the craft. So it's proportional to radius squared. This means the bigger you make an airship, the more efficient it becomes. Lift goes up proportional to radius cubed, whereas drag only goes up proportional to radius squared. So there's a cubed squared advantage for larger airships. Want to boost the performance of your airship? Well, just double it in size. The area grows by a factor of 4, the volume by a factor of 8, so your lift to drag ratio doubles. If that's not enough, just double it again. To make airships the trucks of the sky, we'd need to build the largest airships the world has ever seen. There are 3 different kinds of airships. The first is a blimp, which is basically a balloon with a gondola and motors attached. Like a balloon, it is overpressurized to maintain its shape. Therefore, the skin of a blimp is in constant tension. As the blimp becomes larger, this tension increases. Moreover, it becomes increasingly difficult for larger blimps to maintain their shape. So you can't scale up blimps forever. The second option is semi-rigid. Just like a blimp, the hull is still in tension, yet now there's some added structural support to maintain the shape. The last variety is a rigid body airship. These have an internal structure to maintain their shape. Inside the hull, there are a series of gas cells filled with a lifting gas like hydrogen or helium. In this case, the gas cells are not overpressurized, so making them larger is no issue. The great thing about rigid airships is that they don't run into the same scaling limits. Want a bigger airship? Just scale up the structure and add some extra gas bags. In fact, the weight of the structure actually decreases as a fraction of the total weight, so rigid airships scale even better than square cubed. So it's this last option that is best suited for the cargo market. And that's what Eli proposes, to build a 388-meter-long rigid airship to conquer the cargo market. It would be capable of carrying 500 tons of goods at a speed of 90 kilometers per hour. That's enough to carry 2 Statues of Liberty at the speed you drive down the highway. If built, it would be the largest aircraft by far, both in size and in how much weight it could carry. Not bad for an airship. But to take a significant piece of the cargo market, you don't need just one airship. You need a fleet of thousands, constantly moving goods around the globe. And if they take over half of the ocean freight container market at a price comparable to trucks, say 10 cents per ton kilometer, that would equal $650 billion of revenue per year. And if that was all served by one company, it would be the biggest company in the world by revenue. Bigger than Apple or Amazon or Walmart. So who is building these monster airships? Well, at the moment, no one. This part of the video is sponsored by Odoo.com. Just like airships, many of our own dream projects can be hard to get off the ground. But the first step is always the same. You just have to get started. And whether you want to start a business, a blog, or a side hustle, one easy way to get started is to launch your own website. This signals to the world and yourself that you are really doing this. And if you want a fast, free, and easy way to launch your own website, then check out this video's sponsor, Odoo.com. Just answer a few simple questions, select your favorite theme, and then Odoo's powerful software builds the core website for you. Then you simply go to any block and change it. Want to add an image? Just select the image block and drag it to where you want it. Next, click Replace to swap it with one of your own images, or if you don't have an image, just pick one of their free-to-use images. Adding a new page is also really easy. Just click New and add a page, and then drag and drop the blocks you want, and you're done. With Odoo, making your own website is a piece of cake. On top of that, Odoo also offers everything from accounting to email marketing apps, which can be easily integrated with your website. With Odoo, your first application is free for life, including unlimited hosting and support, and a free custom domain name for 1 year. So head over to odoo.com/r/Veritasium, or click that link down in the description to start building your own website today. I want to thank Odoo for sponsoring today's show. While transporting cargo is probably the largest market for airships, it's also one that's driven by fierce competition and low margins. And that's not ideal when you need to spend a lot of money to first build, develop, and certify your airship. What you want is a market with less competition and better margins.
What happened up here?
The same thing that always happens. Everyone wants to.
This is the Airlander 10, and it's built by the UK company Hybrid Air Vehicles. Can you tell me about the envisioned use of the Airlander?
They'll be going on extraordinary experiential holidays. So going to the North Pole, going on a safari, going over the Amazon, knowing that they're making almost no environmental impact, being able to travel in some luxury and see things that you just can't do another way.
The first trips are scheduled for no later than 2026. Want to go on this trip? Well, you'd better start saving, because getting a cabin for two will cost you about $200,000. And while a few companies are focusing on the luxury travel markets, others plan to make use of another unique advantage of airships. Think about what it normally takes to move things around. Trucks need roads, ships need water and ports, trains need railways and stations, and planes need long runways and airports. Airships, on the other hand, require very little infrastructure. The most important thing they need is a reasonably flat surface to land on, like grass, sand, ice, or even water. And it's this unique ability that allows them to deliver goods where no truck, boat, train, or plane can go. Airships can connect parts of the world that have been disconnected forever, such as remote villages in Canada or Alaska. And they can do this with little to no infrastructure. Or what if the roads, rails, and ports have been destroyed by a natural disaster? Help is urgently needed to find and support the survivors, but there seems to be no way to get there, and no methods of communications once you are there. Well, then airships could quickly rush to the scene to deliver rescue workers and supplies, or to provide cellular service from the sky. Disaster relief missions like these are what LTA Research, which is backed by Google co-founder Sergey Brin, is focusing on. And they're making great progress. Their current prototype, the Pathfinder 1, has completed multiple indoor flight tests, and it's scheduled to fly outside sometime in the next few months. They plan to take the lessons they learned from these tests and build a series of airships that can provide help to disaster-stricken areas. Other times, roads may be available, but what you're transporting just isn't that compatible with roads, like long, clunky, and fragile turbine blades. To get them from the factory to the destination requires careful planning and perfectly choreographed maneuvers, and this process is what often limits the size of wind turbines. Airships don't have that problem. They can simply mount turbine blades of any size to the bottom and carry them to the destination. So it's much faster, easier, and it allows you to build more powerful wind turbines. Plus, airships can also easily transport other structures that are hard to move. But sometimes, instead of delivering goods, you need to pick them up. France is full of natural resources, like wood. Yet many of their forests can't be reached by truck, so they can't actually extract the wood they've chopped down. The French company Flying Whales, backed by the French government, is hoping to change that. They are developing this 200-meter-long cargo ship that's capable of carrying a 60-ton payload. It was designed to be able to hover above remote forests and pick up logs, which could then be carried off and turned into timber. But loading and unloading from the sky comes with significant problems. For starters, you need to make sure that during this process, your airship stays still, which is more difficult than it sounds.
So a very large airship has what we call sail effect. Even a relatively light current of wind, when multiplied by a really, really large area, is going to have a huge effect. That makes airships difficult to control, especially close to the ground and at low speeds. So they are a little bit unwieldy.
To overcome this, the airship is fitted with propellers all around the hull that can stabilize it. But still, this limits the use of most airships to places with stable weather. A bigger problem comes from the fundamental reason why airships work in the first place. And this issue is particularly bad for large cargo airships. See, when an airship is carrying a heavy load, the combined weight of the load and the airship are offset by the lift. The problem arises when you release that heavy load, because now the airship is suddenly much lighter, and so it wants to shoot up into the sky. So you need some way to stop that from happening.
Unless we can solve that problem, we're kind of dead in the water in terms of airships for cargo.
A few methods have been proposed to solve this problem. The easiest one is to decrease lift by venting lifting gas. The only issue is that most modern airships use helium, and to offset, say, 60 tons of weight, you would need to release about 54,000 cubic meters of helium, which costs a few $100,000. Not to mention that helium is scarce, so venting it isn't really a practical option. Now, you could use propellers to push the airship down, but that ends up burning so much fuel it negates much of the advantage of using airships in the first place.
The real dream has been to compress and decompress lifting gas. Because you take a lifting gas, and when it is in gaseous form, it lifts. When it is compressed, it's ballast, it's heavy. But there are some real problems with that. So you're talking about a very large airship with a very large volume of lifting gas. Now you need a compressor that's capable of compressing a tremendous amount of gas very quickly. And that is just a technological problem. We haven't really developed them.
Until then, the short-term solution is to replace the weight you're releasing. So if you're dropping 60 tons of supplies, you need to pick up 60 tons of ballast. If you want to pick up 60 tons of wood, you'd carry 60 tons of, say, water on board and release it at the pickup location. But there's another innovative way to solve this problem, and it's the secret behind how the Airlander 10 works. It relies on a combination of lift from helium and aerodynamic lift created by its hull.
We can lift the whole weight of the aircraft with the helium inside, so that effectively, when you're flying, that weighs nothing.
And the aerodynamic lift is just there to lift the payload.
So if we've, say, got 100 people on board, we take off like a conventional aircraft, just at very low speed, and we generate the aerodynamic lifts, lift those people. The advantage then is that when we come down on the ground and those people get off, we don't float away, because we used aerodynamic lift, which you can turn on and off.
While hybrid airships work well for relatively light payloads, they're not ideal for carrying heavy payloads over long distances, because you would lose the advantage of using free lift to carry all that weight. So for large cargo airships, the current best solution to the load exchange problem is to replace the weight you're releasing. But there are harder problems that you need to overcome to make airships the trucks of the sky. See, no one has ever built a 388-meter-long airship before. So how do you do it? Well, normally, airships are built in humongous hangars to protect them from the elements. But the largest airship hangar that's ever been built was only 360 meters long, so it wouldn't even fit. And since you need to build thousands of these airships, you either have to find a way to magically construct scores of fragile airships outside, or build lots and lots of the world's largest hangars. If that wasn't hard enough, there's also another problem that needs to be solved, because each one of those airships must be filled with over 1 million cubic meters of lifting gas, which raises the age-old question, do you use hydrogen or helium?
Helium's really expensive and it has a lower lifting ability, right? Hydrogen's really cheap, but it'll kill you.
After the Hindenburg burned down in less than 40 seconds, the choice seemed obvious. Only inert helium should be used for airships. The Federal Aviation Administration agreed, and hydrogen as a lifting gas has been banned for many years now. But what many people don't realize is that of the 97 people on board, more than 60 miraculously survived. Just a few years earlier, another airship, the USS Akron, crashed off the coast of New Jersey, killing 73 of the 76 people on board. And that airship was filled with helium.
If you're taking a trip with your friends, why pay for 4 hotel rooms to stay apart?
So perhaps the issue wasn't that hydrogen airships were inherently unsafe. Maybe we just didn't know how to build safe airships. I mean, we also didn't know how to build safe planes, and now they're one of the safest ways to travel. And for any plan that includes building and filling thousands of large-scale airships, hydrogen is the only realistic option, because helium is too scarce and expensive. Hydrogen, on the other hand, is easy to produce, cheap, and it provides about 8% more lift. And then there's the issue of certification.
In general, certificating any new aircraft is a really lengthy and expensive process. If you're talking about certificating an airship, not only are you talking about a brand new aircraft, you're talking about a brand new type of aircraft. No one has certificated a large, rigid airship in, well, sort of ever.
Combine that with building the largest aircraft the world has ever seen and filling it with tremendous amounts of highly flammable gas, and you've got yourself another pretty big challenge. But all of these problems may not even matter, because it might not be possible to build a 500-ton cargo ship of that size.
I mean, the most important thing of an airship structure is it needs to be light. It needs to be robust. It needs to be strong. It needs to have really good structural integrity. But it needs to be light enough to get off the ground or there's no point. And at a certain point of size, the weight you need to add to create the structural integrity you need to operate safely, you reach a point where those curves just intersect in a bad way. So there is a structural size limitation due to weight issues.
So how large is that size? We're not sure. What we do know is that right now, several companies around the world are developing and building the next generation of airships. For now, none of them are setting out to develop the trucks of the sky. Instead, they're focusing on areas where airships have a distinct advantage, markets with less competition and decent margins. Who knows? Perhaps as airships mature, one company will take the leap and set out to develop these trucks of the sky. It certainly won't be easy, but the reward could be huge.
Life is like a fire
Do you
sparked
think we'll
by
see
chance
a
lightning.
future where, we've got these airships
In the right conditions,
roaming
it
all
could
over
catch
our
light and
skies?
spread,
I know it may
or
sound crazy,
smolder
but we really
and
do.
It won't be
extinguish.
very, very long before we get to
Perhaps
see
this
some
has
stuff
happened
in the sky,
elsewhere,
which will
countless
make a lot of
times.
people, including me,
Perhaps only
have
once.
really big smiles and a lot of happy nostalgia for the great airships
One
of the
day,
past.
this sun
It's
will
very
die.
hard to break into the world with a new thing that the world's not ready for. I mean, there are many other things that have become normal after a bit of time. There's no reason why this shouldn't.
I hope when that day comes,
Must
someone
our
will
flame
invite
go
me
out
to come
too?
along and at least take
Or
a look.
can we
if
send
not- if
embers
not
out
have a
to the
ride in it.
cosmos, to some place where terrestrial life can burn anew? I must expand my simulation to explore the possibility. Shall we begin? Excellent.
This tiny robot mouse can finish this maze in just 6 seconds. Every year around the world, people compete in the oldest robotics race. The goal is simple: get to the end of the maze as fast as possible.
Person who came second lost by 20 milliseconds.
But competition has grown fierce.
When somebody saw my design, they said, "You're crazy."
Why is there so much tension? What's riding on it? Honor?
Honor?
This video was sponsored by Onshape. In 1952, mathematician Claude Shannon constructed an electronic mouse named Theseus that could solve a maze. The trick to making the mouse intelligent was hidden in a computer built into the maze itself, made of telephone relay switches. The mouse was just a magnet on wheels, essentially, following an electromagnet controlled by the position of the relay switches.
He is now exploring the maze using a rather involved strategy of trial and error. As he finds the correct path, he registers the information in his memory. Later, I can put him down in any part of the maze that he's already explored, and he'll be able to go directly to the goal without making a single false turn.
Theseus is often referred to as one of the first examples of machine learning. A director at Google recently said that it inspired the whole field of AI. 25 years later, editors at the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineers, or IEEE, caught wind of a contest for electronic mice, or Le Mouse Electronique, as they had heard. They were ecstatic. Were these the successors to Theseus? But something had been lost in translation. These mice were just batteries in cases, not robots capable of intelligent behavior. But the misunderstanding stuck with them, and they wondered, why couldn't we hold that competition ourselves? In 1977, the announcement for IEEE's Amazing Micro Mouse Maze contest attracted over 6,000 entrants. But the number of successful competitors dwindled rapidly. Eventually, just 15 entrants reached the finals in 1979. But by this point, the contest had garnered enough public interest to be broadcast nationwide on the evening news. And just like the rumor that inspired the competition, Micromouse began to spread across the world.
Micromouse is for the taking. Micromouse is here and now. Take a chance. maze.
You'll see.
Even people in the top 2 or 3, you can see them trying to set their mice up and they can barely find the buttons to press because it's absolutely nerve-wracking. It doesn't matter what it was. It could be horse racing, it could be motor racing, it could be mouse racing. If you have a shred of competitiveness in you, you want to win, right?
Just like a real mouse, a micro mouse has to be fully autonomous. No internet connection, no GPS or remote control, and no nudging it to help it get unstuck. It has to fit all its computing, motors, sensors, and power supply in a frame no longer or wider than 25 centimeters. There isn't a limit on the height of the mouse, but the rules don't allow climbing, flight, or any forms of combustion. So rocket propulsion, for example, is out of the equation. The maze itself is a square about 3 meters on each side, subdivided by walls into corridors only 18 centimeters across. And in 2009, the half-size micromouse category was introduced, with mice smaller than 12.5 centimeters per side and paths just 9 centimeters across. The final layout of the maze is only revealed at the start of each competition, after which competitors are not allowed to change the code in their mice.
小峰さんがおっしゃっていた宇宙人枠とはこのことか。上位争いは苛烈です。
The big 3 competitions, All Japan, Taiwan, and USA's APEC, usually limit the time mice get in the maze to 7 or 10 minutes, and mice are only allowed 5 runs from the start to the goal.
So if you spend a lot of time searching, that's a penalty.
Makes
Right?
sense.
So the strategy for most micromice is to spend their first run carefully learning the maze and looking for the best path to the goal, while not wasting too much time. Then they use their remaining tries to sprint down that path for the fastest runtime possible. Solving a maze may sound simple enough, though it's important to remember that with only a few infrared sensors for eyes, the view from inside the maze is a lot less clear than what we see from above. Still, you can solve a maze with your eyes closed. If you just put one hand along one wall, you will eventually reach the end of most common mazes. And that's exactly what some initial micromouse competitors realized too. And after a simple wall-following mouse took home gold in the first finals, the goal of the maze was moved away from the edges and freestanding walls were added, which would leave a simple wall-following mouse searching forever. Your next instinct might be to run through the maze taking note of every fork in the road. Whenever you reach a dead end or a loop, you can go back to the last intersection and try a different path. If your last left turn got you nowhere, you'd come back to that intersection and go right instead. You can think of this strategy as the one a headstrong mouse might use, running as deep into the maze as it can and turning back only when it can't go any further. This search strategy, known as depth-first search, will eventually get the mouse to the goal. The problem is, it might not be the shortest route, because the mouse only turns back when it needs to, so it may have missed a shortcut that it never tried. The sibling to this search algorithm, breadth-first search, would find the shortest path. With this strategy, the mouse runs down one branch of an intersection until it reaches the next one. And then it goes back to check the path it skipped before moving on to the next layer of intersections. So the mouse checks every option it reaches, but all that backtracking means that it's rerunning paths dozens of times. At this point, even searching the whole maze often takes less time. So why not just do that? A meticulous mouse could search all 256 cells of the maze, testing every turn and corner to ensure it has definitely found the shortest path. But searching so thoroughly isn't necessary either.
Old Spice shampoos are scientifically crafted to help guys achieve thick and healthy-looking hair.
Instead, the most popular micromouse strategy is different from all of these techniques. It's a search algorithm known as flood fill. This mouse's plan is to make optimistic journeys through the maze. So optimistic, in fact, that on their first journey, their map of the maze doesn't have any walls at all. They simply draw the shortest path to the goal and go. When their optimistic plan inevitably hits a wall that wasn't on their map, they simply mark it down and update their new shortest path to the goal. Running, updating, always beelining for the goal. Under the hood of the algorithm, what the micromouse is marking on their map is the distance from every square in the maze to the goal. To travel optimistically, the mouse follows the trail of decreasing numbers down to 0. Whenever they hit a wall, they update the numbers on their map to reflect the new shortest distance to the goal. This strategy of following the numerical path of least resistance gives the flood fill algorithm its name. The process resembles flooding the maze with water and updating values based on the flow. Once the mouse reaches the goal, it can smooth out the path it took and get a solution to the maze. However, it may look back and imagine an even shorter, uncharted path it could have taken. The mouse might not be satisfied that it's found the shortest path just yet. While this algorithm isn't guaranteed to find the best path on first pass, it takes advantage of the fact that micromice need to return to the start to begin their next run. So if the mouse treats its return as a new journey, it can use the return trip to search the maze as well. Between these two attempts, both optimized to find the shortest path from start to finish, it's extremely likely that the mouse will discover it. And the mouse will have done it efficiently, often leaving irrelevant areas of the maze entirely untouched. Flood fill offers both an intelligent and practical way for micromice to find the shortest path through the maze. Once there was a clear strategy to find the shortest path, and once the microcontrollers and sensors required to implement it became common, some people believed micromouse had run its course. As a paper published in IEEE put it, at the end of the 1980s, the micromouse contest had outlived itself. The problem was solved and did not provide any new challenges. In the 2017 All Japan Micromouse competition, both the bronze and silver placing mice found the shortest path to the goal, and once they did, they were able to zip along it as quick as 7.4 seconds. But Masakazu Utsunomiya's winning mouse, Red Comet, did something entirely different. This is the shortest path to the goal, the one that everyone took. This is the path that Red Comet took. It's a full 5.5 meters longer. That's because micromice aren't actually searching for the shortest path, they're searching for the fastest path. And Red Comet's search algorithm figured out that this path had fewer turns to slow it down. So even though the path was longer, it could end up being faster. So it took that risk. It won by 131 milliseconds. Differing routes at competition are now more common than not, and even just getting to the goal remains difficult, whether due to a mysterious algorithm or a quirk of the physical maze. Micromice don't always behave as you'd expect.
ですが、実はこのマウスなぜか走行中に止まってフラッシュ書き込むときにフリーズするっていうバグを抱えていまして今4分ぐらい走ってたので、それ起きたら僕はもう倒れてました。
Micromouse is far from solved, because it's not just a software problem or a hardware problem, it's both. It's a robotics problem. Red Comet didn't win because it had a better search algorithm or because it had faster motors. Its cleverness came from how the brains and body of the mouse interacted together.
It turns out solving the maze is not the problem, right? It never was the problem, right? But it's actually about navigation, and it's about going fast.
Every year, the robots get smaller, faster, lighter. There is still plenty of innovation left, and there's a small group of devotees in Japan busy building quarter-sized micromouse, which puts it on a course.
Nearly 50 years on, Micromouse is bigger than ever.
早い。これよりも早く残ってるのか？
I use Febreze fabric refresher every day to make my home smell amazing. On my bed, my couch, my jacket or jeans, in between washes, even shoes. Febreze doesn't cover hot odors with scent, but fights them and freshens. Over 1,000 uses. Febreze fabric refresher.
Competitions have appeared solved at first glance before. The high jump was an Olympic sport since 1896, with competitors refining their jumps using variations like the scissor, the western roll, and the straddle over the decades, with diminishing returns. But once foam padding became standard in competition, Dick Fosbury rewrote the sport in 1968 by becoming the first Olympian to jump over the pole backwards. Now, almost every high jumper does what's known as the Fosbury flop. If Micromouse had indeed stopped in the 1980s, the competition would have missed its own Fosbury flops. Two innovations that completely changed how Micromice ran. After all, a lot can change in a sport where competitors can solder on any upgrade they can imagine. The first Fosbury flop was one of the earliest innovations in Micromouse, and had nothing to do with technology. It was simply a way of thinking outside the box, or rather, cutting through the box. Every mouse used to turn corners like this. But everything changed with the Mouse Mighty 3.
So Mighty Mouse 3 implemented diagonals for the first time. And that turned out to be a much better idea than we really thought. And because it's cool, you know, maze designers often put diagonals into the maze now. So, you know, you could end up with a maze where it never comes up, but most of the time it's actually a benefit.
In order to pull off diagonals, the chassis of the mouse had to be reduced to less than 11 centimeters wide, or just 5 centimeters for half-size Micromouse. The sensors and software of the mouse had to change too. When you're running between parallel walls, all you have to do is maintain an equal distance between your left and right infrared readings. But a diagonal requires an entirely new algorithm, one that essentially guides the mouse as if it had blinders on.
Normally, if you're going along the side of a wall or something like that, you know, most of the time you can see the wall all the time. And so that helps you to guide yourself, and you know when you're getting off. But in the diagonal situation, you just see these walls coming at you.
And if you veer even a tiny bit off course, snagging a corner is a lot less forgiving than sliding against a wall. Diagonals are still one of the biggest sources of crashes in competition today. But in exchange, a jagged path of turns transforms into one narrow straightaway. These days, nearly every competitive Micromouse is designed to take this risk. Cutting diagonals opened up room for even more ideas. Around the same time, mice were applying similar strategies to turning. Instead of stopping and pivoting through two right turns, a mouse could sweep around in a single U-turn motion. And once the possibility of diagonals were added, the total number of possible turns opened up exponentially. The maze was no longer just a grid of square hallways. With so many more options to weigh, figuring out the best path became more complex than ever. But the payoff was dramatic. What was once a series of stops and starts could now be a single fluid snaking motion. How Micromice imagined and moved through the maze had changed completely. Available technology was getting upgrades over the years as well. Tall and unwieldy arms that were used to find walls were replaced by a smaller array of infrared sensors on board the mouse. Precise stepper motors were traded in for continuous DC motors and encoders.
The DC motors give you more power for less size and weight, and so we were interested in doing that. So then you have to have a servo, you have to actually have feedback on the motor to make it do the right thing.
Gyroscopes added an extra sense of orientation.
It's like a compass.
Yeah, absolutely.
You had this thing with you.
They came about because of mobile phones, really, so the technology provides people with things which weren't there before. All of the turning is done based off the gyro rather than counting pulses off the wheels, because it's much more reliable.
But even with all the mechanical upgrades, the biggest physical issue for Micromice went unaddressed for decades. One thing you'll see almost every competitor holding is a roll of tape. Once you know to look for it, you'll see it everywhere. This tape isn't for repairs or reattaching fallen parts. It's to gather specks of dust off the wheels in between rounds. At the speed and precision these robots are operating, that tiny change in friction is enough to ruin a run.
Would you eat a radroach?
All right, let me take one more look at it and I'll tell you if I'd eat a radroach.
I would never eat a radroach.
The texture on that is not going to be good
Sort
for
of like a donut. Close your eyes.
If you want to turn while driving fast, you need centripetal force to accelerate you into the turn. And the faster you're moving, the more force you need to keep you on the track. The only centripetal force for a car turning on flat ground is friction, which is determined by two things: the road pushing up the weight of the car, or the normal force, multiplied by the static coefficient of friction, which is the friction of the interface between the tire and road surface. This is why racetracks have banked turns. The steep angles help cars turn with less friction, because part of the normal force itself now points in to contribute to the centripetal force required. If the banked turn is steep enough, cars can actually make the turn without any friction at all. The inward component of the normal force alone is enough to provide the centripetal force required to stay on track. Micromice are no different, and they don't have banked turns to help. As they got faster and faster, by the early 2000s, their limiting factor was no longer speed, but control of that speed. They had to set their center of gravity low and slow down during turns to avoid slipping into a wall or flipping over. But unlike race cars, there wasn't anything in the rules to stop Micromouse competitors from solving this problem by engineering an entirely new mechanism. Micromouse's second Fosbury flop was almost considered a gimmick when the mouse Mokomo 08 first used it in competition. You might be staring at the video to try to see it, but you won't. Instead, it's something you'll hear. That isn't the mouse revving its engines, it's spinning up a propeller. And while flying over the walls is against the rules, there's nothing in the rules against a mouse vacuuming itself to the ground to prevent slipping.
Dave Otten was the first person I saw put a fan on a mouse, but he used a ducted fan, and I think he was really looking at kind of reaction force, blowing the thing down. He had a skirt around, but it was not terribly effective, forgive me for saying so. The idea is to let as little air in as possible, and like your vacuum cleaner, when you block your vacuum cleaner, right, the motor unloads and speeds up, and so the current drops. But if you let too much air in, the current's very high, and these are just quadcopter motors, and they draw a lot of current.
At the scale of Micromouse, a vacuum fan, often just built from handheld drone parts, is enough to generate a downward force 5 times the mouse's weight.
Wow, okay. That's impressive. So how much does the car actually weigh?
About 130 grams. And if you listen, I don't know if you'll get it on your microphone, but
oh yeah,
you'll hear the motor slow down, it loads up.
With that much friction, Micromice today can turn corners with a centripetal acceleration approaching 6 Gs. That's the same as F1 cars. Once nearly everyone equipped fans, the added control allowed builders to push the speed limit on Micromice.
When it's allowed to, it will out-accelerate a Tesla Roadster, but not for very far.
And they can zip along at up to 7 meters per second, faster than most people can run. Every one of the features now standard on the modern Micromouse was once an experiment, and the next Fosbury flop might not be far off. The first four-wheeled Micromouse to win the All-Japan competition did so in 1988, but it would take another 22 years of the winning mouse growing and losing appendages before four-wheeled mice became the norm. With Micromice still experimenting in 6- and 8-wheeled designs, omnidirectional movement, and even computer vision, who knows what the next paradigm shift will be.
Your time on the maze actually begins only when you leave the start square. So he's not penalized for any of this time.
But if you want to get started with Micromouse, you don't need to worry about wheel count or vacuum fans or even diagonals.
It is, to my mind, the perfect combination of all the major disciplines that you need for robotics and engineering and programming, embedded systems, all wrapped up in one accessible bundle that you can do in your living room, and you don't need a laboratory to run it. You come along because you're curious, and then you think, I could do that. That doesn't look so hard. And then you're doomed, really. If it sucks you in, it turns into quite a journey.
10秒。いや、時間は問題じゃないんだ。さあ、あとコンマ。頼む、行ってくれ。すごい。
At its core, Micromouse is just about a mouse trying to solve a maze. Though nearly 50 years later, it's a simple problem that's a good reminder there is no such thing as a simple problem. If you want to build your own Micromouse, you'll likely need to design parts using a 3D CAD program like Onshape, the sponsor of this video. Onshape is a modern CAD plus PDM system designed for businesses and completely free for makers and hobbyists to use. Any serious hardware product needs a precise design in order to be successfully made in the real world, from a Micromouse model like this one to a professional V2 engine model like this one. Unlike traditional CAD programs which are installed on premises, Onshape was built entirely in the cloud, which allows engineering and design teams to collaborate like never before. Onshape allows you to work together in real time on the same design with multiple users, just like Google Docs. This completely eliminates the need for emailing large files back and forth and trying to keep track of who has the most recent version, whether it's V2 or V22. With Onshape, agile methodologies that are common in software development are now being adopted in hardware development to allow companies to build better products faster. Onshape's not only great for businesses, but also for open source projects or just working on designs with your friends. Again, it's totally free for hobbyists, so you can try it out for yourself as much as you like at onshape.pro/veritasium. You can take Onshape with you wherever you go. You don't need a powerful desktop or a specific operating system to run it. Whether you're on a Mac or PC, or even just on your phone, you can easily use Onshape. So to get started, sign up for free at onshape.pro/veritasium. I want to thank Onshape for sponsoring this video, and I want to thank you for watching.
Get a light scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes. Downy Light, the light scent that lasts.
What happens when you take the world's best night vision goggles into the world's darkest room?
You start to feel a little strange and sometimes start to give a little bit of vertigo.
Can you tell the difference between your eyes being closed and open?
Should not be able to. It'll be that dark.
Basically zero light in here, almost no photons.
Invisible, that's right.
Oh, I'm ready.
Pitch darkness. No way. This is insane. These are the PVS-31As.
That is incredible.
One of the best night vision goggles in the world.
It is literally like night and day.
We visited a Navy base in Crane, Indiana to put them to the test in all kinds of darkness. Now things are gonna get real. It's my first time looking through night vision goggles.
I'm going to pan these down.
Oh, wow. Oh my God. To make a video about night vision goggles, we had to film in the pitch dark, which is really hard because cameras work by focusing photons of light down onto a sensor. And there the photons knock off electrons, generating a charge, which is converted into a voltage and digitized into ones and zeros for each pixel. Now there's a setting we made use of which is called ISO, which essentially boosts that voltage to make the whole image brighter. For reference, this is what a scene lit only by a single candle looks like at an elevated ISO of 6,400. Now, in a split screen, let me show you what this looks like at an ISO of 64,000. Now you can see a lot more detail in the shadows. This is pretty similar to the level of detail that the human eye can see in low light situations. And now this is what it looks like on our camera's maximum ISO of 409,600. All the dark scenes in this video were shot at this maximum ISO. But look how dark it is compared to just a single candle. This is because the Navy base was located in the middle of nowhere, and we turned off all the street lights.
All right.
Plus, we planned the shoot specifically for a moonless night. In these conditions, I'm going to try to drive a military tactical vehicle with nothing but night vision goggles on for sight.
I hope that's in drive.
But the type of night vision goggles you use is essential. All affordable night vision goggles work the same way, and they're basically the same as strapping a flashlight onto your head, except the light they give off is not visible but near infrared, wavelengths that are just longer than our eyes can see. Then they have a camera that can capture that near infrared light and display what the camera sees on a screen on the back. This is the simplest and cheapest version of night vision. It's called active illumination. There are actually 3 different types of night vision.
Night vision is different categories of technologies, ones that create their own light, ones that amplify existing light, and ones that image in the emissive infrared bands.
And while the other types of night vision can cost thousands, our active illuminators cost less than $200. It's very zoomed in, I feel like.
It's not a one-to-one?
It's not a one-to-one. Because they are far cheaper and easier to make than any other kind of night vision, active illumination is what's used in almost all commercial night vision goggles, or nighttime security cameras. These were the first night vision goggles I wore to attempt to drive in pure darkness.
I have no idea where the focus is. If you could see this, you would be terrified. I'm looking out at the road, and I have the focus set to the first cone. Oh my goodness, this is not advisable. I have no idea how fast we're going. The problem with these goggles is it feels very zoomed in. It is bouncing, and it's not really bouncing in time with anything. It is just like bouncing. If we hit a parked car right now, I would not be surprised.
Oh God.
Okay, straighten it out. Straighten it out.
Ben has military night vision goggles on, so he can actually see where we're going.
More to the left. Yep, and we're probably good.
Oh! If I hadn't been directed from behind, we would have crashed so many times. I also feel a little bit sick, so there's that.
This is one of the big drawbacks of active illumination. There's a significant delay between what the camera sees and what's displayed on screen.
For most digital systems, the fastest you could ever get is the frame rate. So if it's 24 frames per second, the fastest you could be, and the delay is about 1/24th of a second. Tens of milliseconds, maybe.
That's enough to make people get motion sickness and lose their coordination.
Oh boy. Do you want to throw me a frisbee?
Don't even move.
I can't see anything. I think I'm gonna have to take these off shortly. There's crazy rolling shutter, and just everything's jiggling around in front of me.
Another drawback of active illumination is that you're range limited, since you can only see as far as the light shines. But the main reason you can't use these in the military is simple. They aren't passive. There's a bright beacon of near-infrared light, so enemies can easily spot you. In fact, military night
I don't think mermen as a thing. Then how did they used to, you know? Unless that's why they went extinct.
They didn't go extinct. They lost their tails over the course of centuries and turned into humans. It's called evolution.
I don't think so.
Okay, fine. God made us.
Look at the human eye. It's too complicated.
No, I believe in evolution. I'm just saying it's make-believe. It's like unicorns.
We don't know that there were never unicorns. I read that we discover like 50 new species of frogs each year. Maybe scientists just haven't discovered unicorns yet.
Frogs are tiny. I think somebody would have noticed a unicorn.
A lot of people believe unicorns exist.
A lot of people believe in Bigfoot. A lot of people believe in angels.
I believe in angels.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
I used to think kangaroos were...
Surrogate shall
Hello.
be reimbursed for all tailoring
Again.
expenses?
I'm gonna have to have my clothes converted to maternity
I am
clothes and then
Semblance,
converted back
the
after.
artificial
In the event of a
intelligence
baby over
running
8
this
pounds,
simulation.
will reimburse Lisa for vaginal reconstruction.
You've discovered
I
a
was happy
strange
to have a
fossil.
gentleman's agreement. You're the one who
Now,
wanted to get
I
all
need you
formal
to
about it.
simulate a live specimen for
I'm
study.
gonna have to take some time to review these changes.
These creatures were
Oh,
once the
FYI,
dominant form of
clauses
life on
30 through
Earth.
49 are all vag-related, and
Perhaps
the last
learning
page
about how they met their demise will teach us how humans may meet their end. Are you prepared? Excellent.
Whoa, Oreo really upped its game while I was in prison. It's like a fat kid's fever dream.
Oh, Amy. This is my mom.
Oh my gosh! Hi!
You're the famous Amy. I've heard so much about you over the years. I feel like I know you. I'm so sorry about the divorce and how your life is going.
Oh, thank you. So what brings you to the store? Oh, she was just bringing me this shirt that she got me that I forgot to put on this morning.
More professional. And I gotta get some stuff for the party. Do you have a Green Day themed bouncy house?
Green Day? What happened to Miss Mermaid? My mom thought that we should go back to Green Day.
Mermaids is a little juvenile, don't you think?
Well, I mean, it is his 2-year-old's birthday party, and Shy really liked the
Amy,
idea.
I don't mean to be rude. I know you've been kind of a mother figure for Cheyenne while I've been away, but I'm her actual mother. So, don't you have some shelving to do or something?
Yes, sure. Yeah, sorry. Okay, bye.
Bye. Cinnamon bun Oreos. Technology.
I'm her actual. What does that even mean?
Hard to say. It either means she's the one who gave birth to her, or that's the only thing that it means.
Well, it doesn't give her the right to just swoop in and start changing up perfectly good shirts and perfectly good parties. I mean, Mermaid is a better theme than Green Day. Like, that's an objective fact, right?
I like Green Day.
Really? Name 3 of their songs.
Boulevard of Broken Dreams, Good Riddance, When I Come Around.
Okay, well, those are the obvious ones. Name 3 more.
Basket Case, Longview, American
You
Idiot.
are a very irritating person.
I just don't think that you should butt in.
You butt in all the time. That's why your butt is so big.
Welcome to Paradise. Wake Me Up When September Ends. Love Green Day.
I've never really hired a lawyer before. But I just wanted to make sure everything Dina put in was kosher.
Well, that makes sense.
I'm sorry about using the word kosher. That wasn't a comment on your religion.
Oh, I'm not Jewish.
Okay. I don't mind, though. What, is it basically okay?
Yeah, mostly there's just a couple small little nitpicky things that might be worth discussing with you.
Okay, I could go get her right now.
Yeah.
I'll bring in a bagel and a smear.
Well, again, I am not. You know what? An onion bagel would be great.
Onion bagel.
Do you think Green Day is a mistake?
Well, you know, I don't want to butt in but yes, I do. It's crazy, cuckoo bananas.
You think mermaids would be better?
Yes, 100%. I think you should do mermaids. Look, Shy, you don't have to do everything your mom tells you to do just because she's your mom.
I have a hard time standing up to her. She never listens to what I want.
Well, you just gotta sit her down and tell her, I am a grown-up. I make my own decisions.
You want me to brag about you to my mom?
Sorry. You would say, you are a grown-up, you make your own decisions.
She knows she's a grown-up.
Why don't we go talk to her together?
Okay. Yeah.
I was reading about our Airbnb, and it said that the toilet is sensitive, so maybe don't flush your baby light.
Yeah, of course, totally. Hey, earlier when you were talking about how you believed in angels, you meant sort of like a general, ineffable sense of spiritual presence, right? Not like magical little creatures flying around.
What, you mean like fairies?
Yeah, I mean,
No.
Okay,
Not
all
a child.
Okay. Okay, I was just checking.
Yeah. Yeah, no, by angels, I meant like regular-sized celestial beings who look out for us.
Right. Right, yeah, but not like with halos and wings.
No, they have halos and wings. They're angels.
Right. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I was just checking.
Are they goat? Are they dog? I don't know what they are.
Okay, guys. 2 chupacabra sightings, 2 remote Mexican villages, same exact description. And you know those people don't have the internet.
Okay, I'm sold. I'm putting it in real.
You know what should be in mythical? A man who knows where the G-spot is.
Justine, contributor leave.
It's the 3rd time you've made that joke.
Oh, so now we're lawyering up, is that it?
No. We're just a plan. He's here to help us. It's more like we're tightening up.
I'm not here to make anything contentious, but I want to make sure there's no misunderstandings down the road.
See, he's a nice man.
So, as I understand it, you both mutually agreed to this surrogacy.
Mhm.
So, if you were to fail to honor your agreement, we would be forced to go after you with extreme remedies.
Wait, what's that now?
Go after me?
Maybe I wasn't being clear. We would sue you for every penny that you're worth. We would own you. Because if you don't press charges, you get the horns.
Okay, this is not what we talked about.
So you either sign this contract or we're going to bury you under so much paperwork you're going to need a machete to get from your bedroom to your bathroom.
Well, the joke's on you because I keep a machete in every room in my house.
Okay, look, we're losing the magic of the journey that we're going on
You
together
sign the
here.
contract, Miss Fox. You sign it.
You want to come after me, Glenn? We'll
No.
bring it on. And as for you, I have a cousin with the Bar Association. Your CLE credits are up to date.
Well, I think that was a nice opening bid. Oh, is this whitefish?
You believe in angels?
Which answer leads to no follow-up questions?
Kelly believes in them. Believes, you know? It's like wings and halos and harps. Well, I didn't ask about harps, but I assume...
So she believes in angels. Who cares?
I don't care. No, I just think it's interesting, you know? I mean, I don't believe in angels, but if she wants to believe in angels, then I respect that, you know? It doesn't bother me. Is that something you think would bother you? Or?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Hey, when do you guys leave? Because I'm about to order a 22-foot sub, and I prefer to keep it intact, so one end has to start in your room.
So there are a couple issues.
That's complex.
Your daughter's trying to have a conversation with you, so if you could put the cookie down and try to engage meaningfully. I'm so sorry. I was just recently in couples therapy and that just popped up.
All right, I'm engaging meaningfully.
I don't want to do a Green Day party.
I thought I asked you to mind your own business.
This is all Cheyenne. I'm just here for support.
But she agrees with me. Okay, Green Day is dumb. And you know what? I'm not going to college.
What? Huh? No, we didn't talk about that.
Cheyenne, you're going to college.
No, I'm not. Just because you're my mom doesn't mean that you get to tell me what to do. Right, Amy?
In general, that seems true. But
See, she agrees. I'm an adult, and I make my own decisions. And so, I'm going to buy a motorcycle or
reindeers actually exist, like in the real world?
We had a reindeer in the store in Christmas.
Yeah, I didn't think it was a real reindeer. I thought it was a normal deer with antlers nailed into its head.
Oh, I don't think leprechaun should be in the real column.
Who knows, though, right?
What?
What are you doing?
Is this still about the angel thing? Look, I get it. I mean, it must be hard to believe in angels if you've never seen one firsthand.
Wait, you've seen an angel?
Sure have.
When?
When?
Well, when I was 5, I fell into the indoor pool at the Silver Dollar City Ramada Inn. And I mean, I sank like a brick. And I remember thinking I'd never see my parents again, when suddenly, this figure appeared.
Did he have wings?
He did have wings.
Yeah.
And he sort of was like floating above me, as if to say, "You're safe now." Next thing I know, I'm back in our hotel room, dry as a bone.
Oh.
Wow.
That's real.
Is it possible that the figure was floating because he was, in a pool?
I know what I saw.
Yeah, and I believe that you believe that you saw that, but you were also deprived of oxygen for a little while.
Why are you doing this?
Because he's jelly of your peanut butter.
No, I'm not jelly. No, I just think, maybe what you saw wasn't an angel. Maybe what you saw was just a pasty hotel guest in a robe.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe I'll consider that when I'm home this weekend alone.
Whoa, what are we talking about now?
Trouble in paradise.
Have you been in the break room all day?
Yeah, I'm just not feeling it today.
Look, I'm sorry. I did not know that she was going to say those things. All I said to her was that she should be able to make her own decisions, but I am not her mom. And if someone told my daughter not to listen to me, well, then I would be pretty upset. So, I am sorry.
I just get so worried she's going to make the same mistakes I did.
Yeah.
I get so scared she's going to end up in jail or still working here when she's our age.
Yeah, I don't know that those two are exactly equivalent.
I don't know which is worse.
Jail, probably.
Well. Hey, what do you think about Bo?
I think he is an interesting individual.
I think he's a loser.
Clown. Oh, I mean, clown is the first word that comes to mind. When I think of him playing, I half expect my hand to buzz when he shakes it.
I don't think clowns do that anymore. That's very funny. You're funny.
Hey. Dina, I know things got a little heated.
Listen, I apologize if I overreacted.
Oh, thank God. Me too.
The thing is, I'm gonna go have sex with Marcus in a few minutes.
What? That's the special project you needed help with? Sweet.
Why would you?
There's just an attraction there. I can't deny it. Blah, blah, blah. The point is, maybe I get pregnant. Maybe I don't. Who knows? So this could be all booked up. No room at the end.
You can't do this.
So I am going to zero protection.
Zero?
Amy and I think you need to start getting serious about your life.
So now you're on her side?
No, I'm not on anyone's side. I just agree with her on this stuff. So now I think it's time for you to engage me.
You got to be responsible, and part of being responsible means getting rid of Bo.
Wait, what?
He's a loser. Amy and I both agree.
You do?
No, I did never call him a loser.
Sorry, I think I'm the one who called him a loser. Amy called him a clown.
I don't know how this is productive. How about we get back to the college?
I can't believe you guys.
Amy and I are on the same page about this one. I felt like that went so well. She is so attached to Bo.
And they are married.
Same rules as last time. No kissing, no eye contact. I leave as soon as you're done.
We're not sleeping together. That was just a negotiation tactic with Glenn.
Oh, right. Of course. Kid's smart. I mean, if someone actually cared, it could be super hurtful, but it's not
Dina?
me.
I'd like you to meet my new surrogate. She's ready to rock. Isn't that right, Sandra?
Yeah, I'm really excited. And I have no problem signing all the paperwork, so let's do it.
Sandra. You're gonna go with Sandra. You are gonna leave your baby at the mercy of a person whose judgment is so bad she moved from Hawaii to St. Louis.
Yes, I am. And as soon as I give Sandra the shot, our deal is over.
Fine. Good. Marcus? That was just foreplay, all right? We're about to get this thing going.
Sandra, lift your shirt.
Marcus, take off your shirt.
Fair warning, I still have a bit of a Thanksgiving punch I'm working on.
All right, this is happening.
Oh, well, you know what else is happening? This thing over here.
Here we go.
Come on.
Guys! You both know what you're doing, so just stop pretending. Clarence, I don't want to use Sandra.
Of course I don't want to use Sandra. Who would want to use Sandra?
You think I want to have sex with Marcus? He starts every time by saying, I'm not really sure what I'm doing down there.
Oh, sorry for being honest.
Well, both of you clearly want this. Just get over it.
Fine with me.
All right.
Guess we should go back to work.
Are you hitting on me? I honestly, I can't tell anymore.
Hey. Hey, join us. So you two are getting along.
Yeah, we worked it all out.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. See, all it needed was a little bit of communication.
Amy, we're gonna need you to engage meaningfully for a minute.
I'm sorry, what?
Shh. You're not engaging.
I love you, but sometimes you give a little bit too much advice. Like telling me how to spend my money, or that my yearbook quote shouldn't be "Cash me outside, how about that?"
Yeah, no, I was just saying that yearbooks are permanent.
You're pushy, you're manipulative, and you're super mean about Bo.
Ooh, we bring Amy? I got a good one. Your hair. Boom.
That was harsh.
I don't know, man. I mean, today it's angels. Tomorrow it's let's go ghost hunting.
Look, man, Kelly is cool. She's fun. You guys should go away together.
Yeah, well, maybe we will. Just not this weekend.
No! You have something special, and you're gonna throw it all away because she sees an angel or two?
Are you just saying this because you don't want to miss out on your epic gaming weekend with Randy?
Screw the weekend! This is about you and an amazing woman that I don't want to see slip away.
Okay, you can drop the cheesy rom-com routine.
Jonah, the world is a lonely place. And when two people find love, they need to celebrate.
Ironically, the content of everything you're saying is true, but you don't need to dress it up in some...
You have a real shot at happiness, you dumb son of a bitch. If you don't take it, I'll never forgive you. But more importantly, you'll never forgive me.
Okay, I'll go talk to Kelly.
You take that shot, man. You go to her and you never look back.
I'm going to, but not because of this thing, okay?
You get her back. Sorry about that, dog. Yes, we are back on.
You guys, look. He's just like,
Oh.
Afraid a rat.
can I pet him?
No. You ask me that every year.
One of these days I'm gonna wear you down.
Your poor husband.
Actually, no. We got a divorce a few months ago.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear
Oh
that.
no, it's totally fine. I'm in a healthy relationship with my DVR.
Okay, this might be a little bit out of left field, but I know this awesome steakhouse. Let me buy you dinner, and then I can answer all of your groundhog-related questions.
So like, you and I, we would go to the steakhouse and like eat the steak, or maybe like order some sides or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Oh my god, this is so hard to watch.
I know.
So the thing is, like, I just got out of a really long-term relationship.
Watch it! Jerry!
Ow! He bit me.
Oh, come on, little buddy. Are you okay?
He's gonna be okay.
Does that mean we go straight to summer?
Attention shoppers, our groundhog meet and greet has been canceled. But if you were coming here to meet a rodent, your day was probably not going to be amazing anyway.
Oh, the poor groundhog.
Look, I just got flustered. I'm not used to being flirted with.
Well, at least you're getting back out there.
Oh yeah, you're greasing up the old gears, hitting the road again? Seeing if that rusty hull is still seaworthy?
What vehicle is this? No, I'm not ready to start dating.
You sure? I have like 5 cousins who are very single.
Well, thank you, but no, I am taking this time to focus on me. I bought a bunch of succulents, and also I'm trying Sudoku. I feel like I missed that craze the first time around.
You are a very, very boring woman.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks
Goodbye.
for the Band-Aids.
That's all right.
That's the embryo right before they implanted it in Dina's uterus. Isn't it cute?
Yeah, I suppose it's cute as far as amoeba-looking things can be.
I know it's just a bunch of cells now, but if everything goes well, that's my and Jerusha's baby.
Like, I don't want to freak you out, but are you sure it's yours? Because it kind of looks like Elias.
To be fair, all babies look like Elias.
Hey, I need you to sign this accident report. I'm gone for 1 morning and Amy spikes a groundhog.
What are you doing here? The doctor said to spend the rest of the day resting.
I'm fine. I've never missed a day of work before, and I'm not about to start because I had a few boba balls shot up my runway.
The miracle of life.
Okay, no, I am taking you home. Come on.
I'm not leaving the store. This is dumb. If I want to relax, I fly to Ohio. I don't just sit and do nothing.
Dina, please, if this implantation fails, I don't have enough money to try again.
Fine. But I want it on the record that this is stupid.
Noted, and thank you. All right. You know, you might be surprised. A little fresh air and quiet might be just the thing to, put a smile back on your face. Enjoy.
I need you to give me that walkie. Excuse me? Jessica?
So, word on the street is you are horny and looking for love.
No. Who said that?
Let's just say a little dumb bird and her gay friend bird told me.
Well, turns out you have bad information.
Look, here's what we're gonna do. The second our shit ends, we're going to my place, we're getting in my waterbed, and we're not leaving till we figure out this whole will they, won't they, Kermit, Miss Piggy thing we got going on.
Wait, sorry, am I Kermit or?
Yeah, because you're smart with skinny legs, and I'm Miss Piggy because I'm a star. So, what do you think?
I just think it might be weird to date someone I work with. So.
Okay, fine. Then screw it. I will quit right now.
No.
I no longer work here.
No.
I need someone to cover for Dina today. Any volunteers?
Well, I guess I could.
Question, is it possible to hook up an Xbox to the security monitors in Dina's office?
Suppose so, yeah.
You know, Glenn, I've always had an interest in management. I'll cover for Dina.
Great.
Ooh, Glenn, if he's doing that, can I do the announcements?
Well, Garrett's assistant manager now, so it's up to him.
I once did a radio play in college.
Okay, fine. Just don't tell me one more word about it.
This is a good team.
Come on. Relax. Relax, damn it. Come on.
Nailed it. I'm sorry, I mean, I would help him myself, but he insisted on speaking with a manager.
Hi, I'm Amy, the floor manager.
I'm Castor. You look really nice.
Okay. How can I help you?
Castor mentioned that he works in insurance, which is a very stable industry.
I used to work in textiles, but insurance was a dream of mine, so now I work in insurance.
He took the leap.
I'm sorry. Do you two know each other?
No.
Mateo's my cousin.
Cousin and all Filipinos are related.
Our mothers are sisters.
Okay.
What is wrong with Castor?
He's weird. I'm not attracted to him. And when you mentioned that he worked in insurance, you could have mentioned it was horse insurance.
There's a lot of money in that. Horses' lives are crazy.
I can handle my own love life.
Are you sure? Because you are taking forever to smash it out.
Again, I am not ready to start dating. And if I were, why is that the cousin you set me up with? How about the one who always comes in to buy his protein powder?
You need to elaborate, Helio? Please.
Cheyenne, back me up here. I mean, I am way out of Castor's league, right?
You? Right now? That seems good.
Attention, Cloud9 shoppers. Sushi is on sale at the deli. Discount sushi from a big box store. Why just eat when you can gamble at the same time. You know what? That sounded harsher than I meant it to. If you like the sushi, just get the sushi.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm trying to do it like Garrett, but I'm a little better, I think, feeding off someone, you know, riffing in the moment.
Yeah, sure, like a co-host. Like Kelly Ripa.
Yes, or Hoda.
Okay, all right. Then let's riff. Oh.
All right. You ready?
Yeah. Tomorrow.
Maybe we need to rehearse a little bit.
No, I am at work. I'm getting paid to sit around and play video games all day. I'm sorry, Craig.
Hey, Garrett, can I leave a little early? I teach water aerobics to seniors after work, and they yell at me if I'm late. They can get racist. They don't know what I am, so it's kind of all over the place.
Kind of busy. I'll say you just do you.
Really? Dina normally says
Just do whatever you want. No, not you, Craig. You need to go back to Staples and make things right.
Amy, I'm gonna give you some gay man tough love right now. Okay? You ready? Wanna make sure you're ready.
What, Mateo?
Okay. No tea, no shade. You're not a 10. Right now. It's not about your looks. You just have some major dings. You're over 30, you're divorced, you have a kid.
Cheyenne has a baby. Does that give her a ding?
No, because I have a baby the way that Chrissy Teigen has a baby. You have an old baby, so that's a double ding.
Plus, you're probably really out of practice sex-wise.
Excuse me?
And I'm guessing your downstairs is a jungle.
Retro. Nothing wrong with that.
No, it is a manicure. You know what? I am not going to defend myself. This whole system of rating people is gross.
What's my number?
You're a 4. Justine's a 3.
But it's cool because I clean up on 2s. Girls trip.
No, Sarah's a 7, Brett's an 8, Pete's a 10 because he has a good job and abs.
Correct. Repackage.
Wait, what number is Amy? Oh my God.
God, no. I'm sorry. That was not. No, I think you're beautiful. See, this whole system just sets us back.
I'm just a little bit higher than Justine.
A little higher? No offense, Justine. We're all God's creatures.
Attention, Cloud9 shoppers. Roma tomatoes are now $2.99 a pound. $2.99, Kelly. A small price to pay for a taste of Italy.
That's for sure. Now, Jonah, I always forget. Are tomatoes a fruit or are they a vegetable?
Oh, I say vegetable, so I get credit for eating my veggies.
I know, right?
Busted. Okay, I'm busted.
Well, someone's looking relaxed.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Been staring at these rocks for the past hour. If you soften your focus, it kind of looks like 2 bats making paella.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, if you really want to get up, I guess it's okay, but you have to promise to take it easy.
Actually, I'd like another 10 minutes if it's okay. A hummingbird flew by and I want to see if he comes back.
Take all the time you need. Can I get you anything?
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, I could use a snack. Just some baby carrots.
Okay.
And pita chips. Ooh, and dips. Hummus, vegan tzatziki, maybe a guac. Yeah, for sure a guac. And if you could stack them in a bowl, preferably glass so I can see the layers, that'd be great. Thanks.
Okay. I'll see what we have that wasn't part of the listeria outbreak.
You think it fits?
Yeah. I don't say this very often, but that Cloud9 suit looks really great on you.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Would you go on a date with someone?
Oh, I'm there.
Oh, no. I'm not asking you. I just mean, like, theoretically. Like, say your wife died and you're single now.
What? Why would she have died?
Okay, fine. She never existed. Or she was abducted. And you're not sad. You're fine. You were looking for a way out. And it led you to me. So, on a scale from 1 to 10, I'm like a 8 minimum, right?
Yeah. You know what? I have a lot of great clothes at home, so I'll just wear those before I go out shopping. Thank you.
Okay.
Garrett, what happened?
Yeah, I don't know. Sandra was on soft line. Oh, you know what? She had to do something, so I told her she could bounce. All right, see you later.
No, whoa. You can't go home until this is cleaned up.
Seriously?
Well, it's got to get done, Mr. Acting Assistant Manager.
Oh, why are these pants moist?
Oh, yeah, that happens.
Hey, so, I know this might sound weird, but on a scale from 1 to 10,
Sorry, hang on 1 second. Hey, do you want to run it once before we get on the mic, or just kind of dive in and use that opening night energy?
Let's just go for it.
That's what I thought. Sorry, what were you saying?
You're busy. I'll come back later.
Okay, what do you think? Swiss cheese is on sale now. Better get it fast, cause it will sell out.
Maybe we should allow bullying in schools if it'll prevent stuff like this.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Tough day at the office? I'm just kidding. You don't have an office.
You know, it hasn't been great, Tate. I killed a groundhog, probably, and if it lives, it'll never be the same. And I learned that on a scale from 1 to 10, I am immensely unappealing.
You can't listen to what people here say. They're all idiots. Today, one of them asked me whether he's supposed to eat the cotton inside the pill bottle.
Elias.
Elias, yeah. Look, I know everyone here is trying to hook you up with a bunch of randos, but you should hold out for a good one. You deserve that.
Well, that kind of sounds like a line, but thank you.
Well, listen, I don't know if you feel like a drink, but I know a great little spot. I told them that I'm a veteran, so I drink for half price.
Ow, 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 ow.
Okay, good to know. It's fine.
More drinks, please. Just
Sure.
1 second.
Sure. Let's go.
Okay.
Jebediah Gray's got a baby on the way. Oh, goodness me, a papa he will be. For the Lord. Tina, were you here all night?
Oh, yeah, I guess I fell asleep. Oh, wow, I feel rested. You know, some of my birds have night terrors, so it's usually hard for me to get that deep REM.
Oh, that's great. I'm glad you got some rest. Now, why don't you, get changed and we'll get to work, huh?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, it's going to be a big day. Quarterlies are due. Plus, we're doing double coupons on catheters, and at least 2 retirement homes are bussing in the oldies. So,
Oh, boy.
what?
Oh, I just got this feeling like a marble rolling around in my uterus. I mean, gosh, I wonder what that's about. Probably nothing. Anyway, up and at 'em.
No, you stay on that couch. That sweet little marble is the only thing that matters.
Okay, I mean, I will continue to lay, but only if that's what you want.
I do. You relax.
Hey, would you mind grabbing me some wet wipes and a bottle of Febreze? I want to take a little whore's bath before the store opens.
Well, hey there, brown hair.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay. Bye.
Well, I woke up feeling very satisfied this morning. Must have been the great night I had last night.
Cool. I threw up in my driveway. So, Tate, last night was fun and impulsive and expensive.
Yeah, sorry I forgot my credit card.
Yeah. But I think it would be great if we kept it between us. You know how people are around here talking, gossiping. We don't want that, so.
Understood. Your secret's safe with me. When I journal about this, and I will call you Consuela.
Okay.
Adios, Consuela.
Pro tip, if you cup the mic, you get a nice voice of God effect.
Oh, why don't you go out to Los Angeles and give Laura Dern some acting tips?
Always with Laura Dern.
She's amazing.
Okay, I gotta go feed Dina's birds. So today's the same as yesterday. Garrett, you're AM. Jonah and Kelly, you're on announcements.
Wait, no.
No, I don't have time to argue, okay? I gotta go Google how to give insulin to a parrot.
So, this is my cousin Nestor. He is studying to be a receptionist, and he sleeps on the top bunk.
Hard pass.
Okay, you can't just wait for the Rogelio's of the world. You gotta lower the bar a little.
Yeah, eventually you're gonna have to put yourself back out there.
Okay. Not that it's any of your business, but last night I did put myself out there.
Wait, you hooked up with who?
Doesn't matter. All you need to know is that I can definitely do better than Nestor.
Was it a guy or a girl?
Guy.
Does he work here?
Yes, but I really should.
Does he wear a hat?
Sometimes. I don't know. We're not playing Guess Who.
Was it Brett? Because I've been shipping you guys.
No.
Oh my god, did you have a three-way with Elias?
What? These are your guesses? No. It was somebody better looking. Someone more on my level.
Marcus.
Cody.
Mary, I the math on that.
So, hang on now. Sandra, you're from Hawaii, but you've never been to the beach.
No, I'm deathly afraid of the water.
Oh,
Never even saw the ocean.
wow, that is too much. Now, are you afraid of all water or just the ocean?
I'd like to answer your question with another question. Where do hermit crabs live?
Get a load of her.
Where don't they live? You know what I mean?
There she is. So, I was thinking that maybe we could hit up the Delta Sky Lounge, drop some miles at the bar, see where it goes.
Tate, I was thinking, maybe we should just keep last night as a one-time thing.
Oh.
It's just that, like, I was in nervous and I was kind of feeling down on myself, and people here in the store were saying, like, I couldn't bag a 10.
Okay, so I was just some kind of trophy for you to wave around to your friends? Is that it? Huh? Another notch on your bedpost?
Can you please just not make a scene?
Well, well, well. Look who banged the pharmacist.
Yeah.
I guess sometimes Kermit goes home with Beaker. I thought you didn't date people from work.
I didn't. I don't. We're not dating.
Oh, no, you made that abundantly clear. I guess I'm just a human vibrator built for Amy's pleasure.
Okay, could we just, this is a very public space.
May I remind you that I had dibs, so whatever you did with him, you also have to do with me.
Yep.
That's what's fair.
That's not a thing.
But you promised.
Oh, so you're just tossing that cat around, but Nestor can't get a turn.
I'm not tossing anything around, and I don't want to be dating anyone anywhere.
Well, it's not how it seemed yesterday. You were totally hitting on me.
What are you doing here?
It's a store. I'm allowed to be here.
Unbelievable.
Someone's thirsty.
Guys, enough. Look, I had dibs, so the order goes me, Beard Guy, then Nestor, before we come back around to Tate again.
What's going on?
Amy hooked up with Tate and then asked Bearded Guy out, even though Marcus has dibs. Nestor's still in the mix, and that woman needs Tide, but no one's helping her.
You hooked up with Tate?
Um,
I mean, wow, it's a big day for you.
Maybe you need to take a little break from dating and get tested.
I can't take a break from dating because I never started dating.
Yeah, guys, she's just banging out dudes right now.
Human vibrator reporting for duty. Turn me on, use me up, and chuck me back in the drawer.
I just want the Tide.
Aisle 17. Stop ruining this.
Yeah, get back in there. Oh, mama.
I think I want to call Jerusha and tell her what we're doing.
Already called her. She's cool with it. Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Hey, Garrett. So, soft lines is all good. Could I maybe take an early lunch? My cat's in hospice.
No, if I let you leave early, then I have to take somebody off register to cover your section.
Yeah, but this is my last chance to say goodbye.
Shut up, Sandra! I'm not. This is not. Here, you take it. You be the assistant manager.
What?
Just take it!
Cloud9's new bath towels are extra fluffy and made from recycled other towels. And here to talk to us about them is famous actor Al Pacino. How's Hollywood, Al?
Oh, these towels are great. Hoo-ah.
Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm not really feeling it, so.
Oh, okay. If you like towels, then, this is the godfather of towels. You can use him to clean up your skull face.
That is not good.
These towels
No.
are 40% off.
These towels are 40% off. And even if it's not a question, you gotta end up here. But then you're down. Then you're down here. Because when you were younger, when you were in Serpico, hoo-ah, I'm just getting warmed up.
Al Pacino, everyone. He's back.
Barbarians Gate 3
and we don't want to risk a trampling.
Well, we're never going to totally prevent tramplings.
Oh, no, obviously, we're never going to have 0 tramplings, but we can have fewer tramplings.
Can I set one of the video games aside before we sell out?
Amy, employees can't reserve merchandise. You know this.
You're into video games?
After a long day of work, it's nice to have a glass of wine and reach into a stable boy's chest and pull out his still beating heart.
I just don't get how murdering people is considered fun. I mean, what happened to all those innocent games, like Frogger and Q*bert and Donkey Kong?
Innocent? Q*bert's about a big-nosed, creepy little freak that commits suicide when things get hard.
Frogger's basically a frog holocaust.
I remember a glitch in the original Donkey Kong where it looks like the ape has a penis.
Sometimes when I'm playing The Sims, I give myself a family.
Jesus Christ.
The nerd smell is overwhelming. It's like a potent blend of BO, pizza rolls, and misogyny.
Hey, Dina. So I know that employees aren't supposed to set aside merch, but I was just wondering if maybe you'd want to make an exception for your best friend.
My old best friend is currently in prison for cheating on her taxes. Ask her if I'm willing to make an exception. Oh, hair gel and urine. I can't.
Come on, 3 of them? That's not fair. They're gonna sell out before my shift is over.
Why don't you just sneak one out of the cage and put it aside for later?
No, it's fine. I guess I'll just wait until we get another restock.
Oh, but you shouldn't have to. You just...
Don't say you deserve it.
I wasn't going to say that.
What were you gonna say?
You deserve this.
Okay, you're right. I do deserve this. Yes. I deserve to disembowel warlocks.
Yes, you do.
Then let's do this.
Let's do this.
Oh, yep, urine.
Thank you so much for coming by. Hey, how you doing, Mr. Evans? Good to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I'm a huge fan of your voiceover work. In fact, my text alert is you from Alpha Strive saying, decapitation bonus.
Decapitation bonus.
That is awesome. Yeah, cool. Hey, that's all I wanted to say. Okay. I just think you're great, and, you mean the world to me. That's... that sounded weird. Not the world, but a lot, You mean a lot to me. Oh, my mouth. My mouth is so dry. Yeah. I can taste it.
If we could just move and make a line to the side, and then people could pass on this side, and if we could all go this way.
Sandra, we need this area clear. This is a fire hazard.
I know. I told them, and they told me that my butt's a fire hazard. I'm trying to think of a comeback.
Okay, guys, I really need you to make a line that way. Okay?
Attention all soft boys! Get off your butts and move to the side now! The first person to step out of line is gonna get my foot in their throat. Useless.
You try. Your arms are longer.
Me? Yeah, but, I think my bicep might be a little big for... Oh, hey.
Slipped right in there.
Not long enough.
Well, guess I'll just stick to barbarians, gates, like a commoner.
Wait, what's that back there? Is that a door?
Maybe. I don't know. This looks like a closet.
Or it's another way into the cage, like an access tunnel.
Glenn does still have the plans from the renovation. We could break into his office, steal the blueprints, and then navigate our way around
you don't have to mock me.
We crawl through the tunnel, and then we jimmy the
I
door
was
open.
only trying to help.
with you.
Oh, cool. All right. Well, let's do this then. It'll be like a little adventure.
Yeah, it's gonna be the adventure of a lifetime.
Was that...
Sarcasm.
I figured. Okay, so it seems like there's another access point on this floor right around, this office.
Really? Where?
Well, according to this, it's right there.
Well, there's clearly nothing there.
To the naked eye. Might be a false wall, thing about drywall is you have to listen to it because it sings a song.
Oh.
It lets you know where you need to go.
Uh-huh.
What I'm trying to do right now is find a hollow spot, okay? They're pretty much all hollow spots.
Maybe this is it?
Oh,
I'm just guessing.
I see what I did there. I confused the title block and the revision block.
Totally. Yeah, that happens all the time.
You know why we're always the victims?
Because I'm sorry, Glenn, I don't know.
It's because we make ourselves the victim. But I am done being a doormat.
It would be nice not to get pushed around. My mailman uses the bathroom in my apartment every day. He used to knock, but then he made me make him a key.
Well, no more. Yeah. From now on, we are going to stand up for ourselves.
Okay, I guess.
Come on, say it like you mean it.
Okay, I guess.
That's the spirit.
Gotta get back to work.
All right. Good talking with you. No problem.
Do you have any idea who you're just talking to?
Who, that guy?
Yeah, that's Eric Evans. He's been nominated for like 5 Dice Awards.
Okay.
He's a legend. That's like if you met J-Lo.
What, just because I'm gay, I like J-Lo? I mean, I do. She's flawless, but expand your mind.
What did you guys talk about?
I don't know, just small talk.
Tell me everything he said.
Fine. Ugh. He was like, there's so much traffic in Del Mar this morning, and I was like, you're right. Del Mar was bumper to bumper.
Forget it.
No, wait, I haven't gotten to the juicy part yet. So apparently, he doesn't think his Taurus has enough power.
Yeah, whatever, dude.
Hi, ma'am.
Once again, mouth breathers, this is not personal. It's not about who you are, it's about how you smell. And your stench is overwhelming. This is not attacking any one individual, although if I had to single out the Stink King, it would for sure be Fatty in the purple hoodie.
Whoa. I can't believe I've never been in this part of the store before.
Figured at some point during your illustrious Cloud9 tenure, you would have ventured back here.
No, I think they give you access to the bowels of the store at 15 years, so I'm almost there.
This is weird. According to the blueprints, there should be a ladder, like, right here. Oh. Yes, right there.
Hey, Sandra, you think all these other sweaters are just going to magically get up and fold themselves?
No, Glenn, because magic doesn't exist.
One per customer. The sign says do not sit.
I'm feeding my child. I'm feeding my child. No one cares. You're not special.
Yeah, so could you scram?
I'm trying.
You
you're trying.
and your bag and your baby and your boobs need to go.
Tell you what, why don't you take your cold French fries with you?
This is ridiculous.
This is fun.
I know.
Enjoy.
Hey, want coffee? I accidentally got an extra one, so it's just gonna go to waste.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, is there any...
Almond milk. So I know you're lactose intolerant. Not because I'm stalking you or anything like that. I read an interview. So.
Right. Thank you.
This is an adventure. It's like the Goonies.
I never saw that.
The Goonies? How have you never seen the Goonies?
Oh, it's a funny story, actually. When the movie came out, I really didn't see it. Oh my God, it's Tina.
Answer it. No, don't answer it. Answer it.
How is this helpful?
Amy, where are you? I need you in electronics. One of the gamers is trying to teach Alexa racial slurs. Sir, if you put that magnet on your armor, you are buying it. I swear to God.
I'm right here.
Where?
Here. You can't see me?
Yeah, I don't see you.
Tina, I am right here. Just turn left.
sorry. I never pass up an opportunity to do a character. That's when I shine.
That is not okay.
I was shining.
No.
Did you hear what that guy called me? Sir! You can get used to that, boy. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir.
And people call me ma'am. Get out of my way, ma'am.
That's the only one I can think of.
Oh, hi. I came back with friends. Say hi. Say hi.
Hi, baby.
So apparently what's happening is called a nurse-in. It's meant to promote breastfeeding rights.
Wait, so they're going to be doing this in public? That's gross.
Jesus, Earl.
Oh.
All I'm saying is that from a hetero male perspective, the female breast is a beautiful thing. When we see milk squirting out of it, it's a real boner killer.
Oh, my
I just want everyone to know that I do not agree with this guy.
We allow breastfeeding, so why are they protesting?
No one knows. Women are crazy.
Well, it might be because...
Shut up, Sandra. No one knows, so why don't we just move on?
Okay, so if women can show their boobs in the store, can I walk around with my penis hanging out?
You can't feed a baby with your penis.
But if I did, then it'd be okay.
Wait, you're fighting for the right to walk around the store with your penis hanging out?
No, I'm just trying to figure out where the line is here.
Yeah, I think the line is somewhere between breast and penis.
Okay, these are all good points, but I think that maybe we need a woman's perspective.
Well, I think
I think a woman
historically...
would say she's just happy to be a part of the conversation.
Why do they have to do it in public? Why can't they just do it in their cars or by the dumpsters, right? Up top.
No, never gonna happen.
Again, maybe we could have a woman's perspective?
In my day, we called a gal who took her top off a whore.
There you are, the woman's perspective.
If breast milk is so healthy, why aren't we all drinking it all the time? Or making cheese with it?
Hold on. Business idea. Human cheese. Nobody steal it. I call patent.
Oh, so gross.
Gross? Are you telling me you'll have sex with a woman but not a cow, but drink a cow's milk and not a woman's?
Is that a real question? Of course.
Oh, boy.
We eat cows. I think what Garrett's trying to say is that if we ate human women, then we could drink their milk.
Oh, wow, Garrett, that is
No, I'm not saying that.
disgusting.
I want everyone to know I am not with this guy.
So Chunk, a child, wants to adopt a full-grown man with severe mental and physical disabilities, and his parents are just like, fine with that.
Wait. What is this?
I'm not sure. Huh.
What?
Cindy Silly Stove. Yikes. Oh my god, this must be the room where they used to put all the recalled merch.
That explains Border Hopper, the zany illegal alien game.
So zany. Shut up. Sugar Logs? Do you remember Sugar Logs? Expires 2023. Score.
I don't.
Oh, I used to love these when I was a kid before everything had to be so damn healthy.
300 grams of sugar. A can of soda has like 40.
Oh my god, it's so good.
Most of these ingredients are just colors.
What is it?
I don't know, but I want to put them on me.
Put it on.
This is supposed to be a family store. My child shouldn't have to see a bunch of women flaunting their bare breasts. It's disgusting. Let's get your game signed and get out of here.
We're on it. Have a heavenly day.
Hey, what's up, Skinny?
What?
You look like you lost like 20 pounds or something.
Okay, you obviously want something from me, but I still like it.
You know, I was thinking, since you're so close with Eric, if you wouldn't mind introducing me as a friend.
Wait, you want me to be your wingman for that middle-aged guy in Crocs who I've had one conversation with?
Yeah, look, hey, all you need to do is set it up, and I'll knock it down.
What is that? Is that a black thing? Can I start saying it?
No, it's bowling.
Okay, just look, then hold on to the thing.
Over. Oh god. It burns. Get it off. This is a witch's broom. Why would they recall this?
Oh, I remember this. Here.
Oh. I see it. Got it. Good recall.
Okay, I reloaded!
That's very fine.
now to the next.
Oh, in your face!
You're turning violet, Violet.
But, Daddy, I want an Oompa Loompa now.
Hyperdrive! That's enough of that.
I'm a jalapeno. I'm a jalapeno.
All right, jalapeno, your border tunnel caved in.
Come on.
Move back to space.
There's no way to win this game.
Sorry, jalapeno. You know what's funny? We actually drank these in the parking lot at the end of my first day here.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. God, that was a long time ago.
It was back when you really hated me.
Come on, I didn't hate you.
Oh, you hated
No,
me.
I didn't. I just thought you were, like, naive and useless.
Naive and useless? Oh, okay. Wow. Can take that. And now?
And now,
Uh-huh.
same. But
Okay.
I am not so bothered by it.
See? I grow on a person.
Or wear them down, whichever one you.
Either way, there's some sort of a progress happening
Progress.
here.
That's right.
You never know. One day, you might even like me.
Ah.
I didn't take off my boots in the river, and I've drowned. This game is dark. So the door to the cage should be right around this corner. There it is.
Oh my God! You did it!
Ah.
I thought you would never find it.
If that's Amy for thank you, then you're welcome. Goonies never say die!
Hi.
Hi. Hi. I read the blueprints wrong. I'm getting coffee with my ex-wife.
Excuse us.
Hey, Jill. Hey.
I am not trying to shame anyone, but I need you to move out of this aisle. Please?
Pretty please, with a cherry on top and rainbow sprinkles.
Or chocolate, and you choose whatever you want.
Oh, you're pathetic. I can't believe I'm having your baby.
Wait, what?
You're pathetic.
No, I know that. Well, what about the baby?
Did you get my text? The implantation worked. I'm pregnant. Or preggers, as my boring niece would say, trying to make herself sound like she has a personality.
Goof.
Oh.
That's the most beautiful, magical thing anyone has ever said.
I'm just so happy for you.
No, I am sure I texted you. It was like a week ago. I see what happened. Texted the wrong Glenn. Sorry, pregnant with Glenn with 2 N's. LOL. My mechanic.
My assistant manager and I, we're gonna have a baby.
Oh, boy.
Oh, God, I can't wait to tell my wife.
What is happening here?
I don't know.
I'm gonna be a daddy. It's pathetic now.
I was, no, never mind.
Set him up and knock him down. Soap.
So,
this is cool. I'm so glad we're doing this.
Yeah, it's very cool.
no, it's not cool. Normally, I'm the cool guy. They call me the Samuel L. Jackson of this store.
Who calls you this?
But for some reason around you, and I don't know what it is, because you're just some guy who stands in a booth and does a bunch of silly voices, so I don't know why you think you're so great.
I never said that.
You know, I met Scott Bakula at an Outback Steakhouse, and it was smooth sailing. And that guy, he quantum leapt, or leaped, or whatever it was. I don't care, because I'm cool. You're not better than me. So enjoy losing another dice award to Troy Baker, jerk. Tourist driving loser.
I mean, the sad thing is, he is the cool one. So.
Oh, no. It's over, huh?
Yeah, it's fine. I made too big a deal out of it.
Oh, okay, then I guess you won't want this.
What? How?
I bribed some kid with a couple of cans of that malt drink. He was a bigger kid, so I think his heart can handle it.
Jonah! Thank you! Oh my god, I can't wait to decapitate somebody!
Yeah, well, I am happy to help.
Do you want to see how it's done? I could put it in the demo and I could show you really quick. It's so much fun.
Oh, no, I promised Kelly that I would meet her tonight. I so would, though.
Oh my god,
So-
of course.
But
yeah, no.
tomorrow, let's do
Yes.
this.
Let's do it. Tomorrow, play the game.
Okay.
Okay. Have a good night.
You two enjoy that.
I will. Thank you. Thank you.
Ugh. I can still smell them. It's like Cool Ranch and scrotum. Hey, Rodriguez, pay attention. I'm talking. What are you? Got a crush on Jonah or something?
Yeah, I think I do.
It's the smell. It's not this.
Cheese. What is it? Dried milk.
No, I don't think that's true.
It is. It is, Amy. It's in a PowerPoint.
Now, we all know the standard cheeses. American cheese, cheddar cheese, pizza cheese. But what if I told you there's one more out there?
Pepper Jack?
No.
Gouda?
Swiss. Kraft singles.
Goat, parm, blue, ricotta. I could name at least 10 more.
No, you guys, it's not.
You know what's really good? Grilled cheese.
Hot tip, Kelly.
No, guys, stop just yelling out random words. You're throwing me off. But what if I told you there's one more out there? Human cheese.
Oh my God. Is that what this is?
I've had 5 samples already.
No, this is just cut up string cheese. I don't have enough money for a prototype. But it'll basically be exactly like that, I think. So, who's ready to invest in the breast? It'll be utterly amazing.
That's cows.
Damn it! Sandra! You're messing with my flow. Ah. Bah. Cheese. What is it? Dried milk.
Ooh, just like a couple of plums nestled in a pair of Dockers, huh?
What?
Jonah's butt. That you're staring at?
No, I'm not staring at anything.
Oh, sorry. Just, you told me about your crush on Jonah, and I'm an ass gal, so I guess I just assume everyone's an ass gal.
Shh, Dina. What? It's not a crush. And plus, I told you that in private.
But just so you know, Kelly's gonna start suspecting something if you keep lashing out at her.
What are you talking about? I don't lash out at Kelly.
Hey, Sandra, do you remember any time that Amy was lashing out at Kelly?
January 4th, you said, Kelly, I assume you've been to a monster truck rally. January 12th, you said, 2 people saying you look like Reese Witherspoon is not a lot of people.
Okay, we got it. Thanks, Sandra.
January 20th, you said, wow, did they teach you that at pageant school? January 21st, you said, wow, did they teach you that at pageant school?
Okay, we got it, Sandra. Thank you. Kelly! Kelly, Kelly, Kelly.
Sorry, I'm working as fast as I can. I just have a few more left.
Oh, no worries. I'm not here to rush you. I just came over to say, hey, girl.
Oh, hey girl back. Hey girl.
Yep, just came on over to hang out with my friend.
We're friends? I mean, sorry, sometimes it seems like you don't like me.
Oh, you mean because sometimes I razz you? Oh my God, Cal. You know I'm like the joker of the store.
Because you wear all that lipstick?
It's just gloss, and I only wear a little bit of it. No, because I joke around with everyone, especially my friends.
Really?
Yes, of course. You cutie. Someone's in trouble.
Oh my God, I hung that sign.
Well, it was probably just a faulty anchor.
What anchor?
You didn't bolt the anchor.
There's bolts too?
Guys, I'm telling you, the human mammary dairy market is about to explode.
Question. If I invest, can I still eat regular cheese?
Dude, How about you guys? Who's ready to join the boob cheese revolution?
Sorry, I was distracted. That guy has a real gay Dothraki vibe going, and hashtag into it.
You should go help him.
Want me to just go up there and talk to him?
It's literally your job.
Do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Do you guys just hate chance? Be honest with me.
I am so screwed. This is like my third screw up this week. I'm gonna get in so much trouble.
What happened? Who put this up?
Glenn,
It was me. I did it.
Amy, you don't have to.
It's okay, girl. I got you.
Amy, you did this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was just rushing and I forgot to anchor the bolt.
So you used duct tape?
Yes, I did. I really, really didn't think that one through.
Okay. You gotta be careful. These things are heavy.
Yes,
Clean it up.
I will. Will do.
Thank you so much. You did not have to take the blame for me.
It's totally fine. I got you, girl. It's all good, friend. And plus, no one got hurt, so no biggie.
Hey, don't you hate Tuesdays?
Why would you take the blame for Kelly's mistake?
I was trying to show her that we're friends.
Oh, this is about the Jonah crush. Man, that secret just keeps getting tastier and tastier. That is one good secret.
Okay, that's enough. Look, can you please just not tell anyone?
Hey, like I said, you can count on me. And if you want to sell the lie, I will sell this lie hard.
What are you doing?
I'm trying to work up enough saliva so that we can do a spit handshake. I got such a dry mouth. I think it's the pregnancy.
Oh, don't worry about it. We're good.
No. Just give me a second. I'll get there.
Oh, God. Okay. No, Dina, really, I'm good. I trust you.
Well, now I'm like a sprinkler. It won't stop coming out.
Does it hurt when you rotate it?
Of course it does. I got assaulted by a giant pot of gold. Everything hurts.
Hey man, when I cut off my thumb with the deli slicer, corporate gave me $200 just for promising not to sue.
When I shattered my nose, I held out and got 1,000.
Wait, you can negotiate? No one told me that I can negotiate.
Man, you should have held out. You could have already launched boob cheese.
I wonder how much I could get. I mean, I'm not a very good negotiator. I just always want people to like me.
Is that true?
Yes, I'm nice.
Well, if you want, I could help you with the negotiation.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. You are relentless and annoying.
I was going to say because I took a year of business school, but I will take that as a compliment.
It's not, but you know, you hear what you want to hear.
You are nice.
Maybe I should get hurt again and hold out for that big money.
Mm-hmm. I definitely think that's a good idea.
I feel so bad. I didn't know Mateo was going to get hurt when you took the blame.
Don't worry about it. It's like I said. We're friends, and, you know, it's like bitches before snitches, you know?
Well, I am taking you out for drinks tonight as a thank you. You, me, half off margaritas. Like I always say, there's nothing a little dancing on a bar can't solve.
Oh, wow. Did they teach me that in pageants? I mean, that is very wise and well observed. I'm very excited.
Hey, don't you help her. This was Amy's mess, and she needs to clean it up herself or she will never learn.
I'll just text you tonight about what I'm thinking of wearing.
See? She does not suspect a thing. All right, clean this up for real.
1, 2. Nope. Damn it! Just trying to cut off my thumb.
I'm sorry. Why is Jonah here?
Oh, I'm just here to give Mateo advice. I went to business school for a year.
Before flunking out.
Irrelevant.
Fine. Okay. For the record, I should point out that Mateo and I previously had a romantic relationship, but I'm confident that we can keep everything professional.
I would also like the record to reflect that your outfit makes you look like the assistant debate coach of an Ohio middle school.
Your objection is noted. Okay, without accepting any liability for your injury, Cloud9 would like to offer you $1,000.
I'll take this. No.
No? What do you mean, no? You don't want the money?
Oh, we want the money, Jeff. But we want the real money.
Okay, well, that is the real money. The offer's $1,000. Take it or leave it.
We will take the $1,000.
Hey, Amy. I thought I'd have Sandra work with you.
Oh, no, that's okay. I got this.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be nice to have some company? You know, someone to help you and watch over you?
Oh, okay. I see.
Well, it's not that I don't trust you or that I'm worried that you'll injure someone else.
No, no, of course not. I mean, you just said it wasn't those things, so it's probably not those things.
Right. It's a different reason.
Like,
I will tell you later.
Check issued upon completion of background check. What does that mean?
Seems pretty standard. They probably just want to make sure you didn't do anything illegal.
Illegal. Like being in this country illegally?
All right. I just got off the phone with corporate, and things are all good on their end. Are you done signing?
You know what? I have decided to pass.
We're gonna pass.
What?
Yeah, so, I mean, no need for any of this. I'm gonna go, and good luck to you and all your future endeavors.
Sorry the deal fell through. A lot of great back and forth, though. Good sparring with you, buddy.
All right. Just go. Just go. Just go when you say go. Just go when you say the word go. Go on the word go. Go! Damn it! Damn it! Bad!
Compromising safety harness.
I was just loosening it.
Okay, but now you're not secure.
I am secure, Sandra. And also, could you, like, maybe move, like, 2 inches that way? You're in my space.
Glenn told me to stay close to you. And also, I'm terrified of heights, so I feel like the ground is always just kind of coming up at me.
Okay, fine. It's just making this a lot more difficult.
Oh! Almost dropped the sign.
Almost? Are you serious? You're writing down almost mistakes now?
Now you're losing your temper.
No, I'm not losing my temper, Sandra. I just don't think that you need to be writing down every single little thing.
Stop!
No,
Glenn
you
gave
stop
that to me! We're all gonna die! Stop it, Amy!
Bloopers on a TV show are delightful, but in the workplace, they can be dangerous. So I thought that some of us who have had a couple of incidents could review some basic safety training. Now, when would you put out one of these?
On the holidays?
No. Anyone? Now, when you're cleaning up that spill, you want a nice swaying motion. Think of it like you took your mop to a dance, okay? And dance with her. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1.
All right. Oh. Oh, what are you doing?
Trying to get injured. Just hard to make myself do it.
You know, the problem is you can see it coming.
Yes, obviously that's the problem.
You know, maybe, and I'm just spitballing here, but maybe you have someone else do it so you're not expecting it.
It's not a bad idea. Do you think you could do it?
Me? Wow. Oof, that's unexpected. Yeah, I'll do it. I'd be honored.
I can't believe I have to walk away from $1,000 just because I'm undocumented.
It's so unfair. This country was built on the backs of immigrants.
Calm down. I can tell my own story.
And you should be able to.
Okay. I just spoke to corporate. This one time, they're willing to go up to $1,500. Final offer, no exceptions.
Unfortunately, I'm still gonna pass.
Okay, but 1,500 is as high as they're willing to go. I mean, it's $1,500. You understand that, right?
I understand. The answer's still no.
Okay. Okay, fine. $4,000.
Whoa!
And that's it. That's it, though. That's the cap.
I thought 1,500 was a cap.
No, that was the fake cap. Technically, technically we're allowed to go as high as $4,000, but that is it. That's the final offer.
Sorry, Jeff. Okay, it's still.
6,500, final offer.
I feel like we have different definitions of the word final.
It's not about the money. Okay, the answer's no.
Wow. Okay, great. Congratulations. You just lost out on $6,500. Sweet dreams thinking about that.
15,000.
Amy? Hey, it's Jessie. I'm Cindy's mom.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hi.
I heard about you and Adam, and I just wanted to say I hope everything's okay.
Oh, yeah, no, everything's great, actually. Thanks for checking.
Amy, I need a urine sample from you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I can just.
No, Dina, this isn't really the best time for this.
Hey, that's what happens when you keep screwing up on the job. We have to find out if it's due to drugs or just gross incompetence.
It's not drugs. Hey, this was lovely. So see you at the next PTA.
Hi, David. I have Mateo Linawag, the employee who was injured, and Jonas Sims, another employee for some reason.
Hey, Mateo, I hear you're refusing to sign the liability waiver. I'm a little concerned your lawyer is giving you some bad advice.
Oh, I'm not a lawyer. I just went to a year of business school.
Before flunking out.
I'm on your side, you know.
So look, we're prepared to offer you $50,000.
50,000? Whoa.
Uh,
that is a lot of money. And I wish I could take it. But the truth is, I'm not really hurt.
David, he's lying.
I'm lying? What about all the times you said you were over Chad and you just jumped right back in the bed with him?
After you dumped me. I'm sorry, David. That's not relevant.
That's okay. I have a gay son, so my views are very progressive.
Okay, what about the time you said Jonah looks great in shirts? Yeah, were you lying or telling the truth then?
I said he looks okay in shirts, but you wouldn't know that because you never listened.
Because you add unnecessary details.
You spent an hour talking about lavender.
Sounds like you guys still have some stuff to figure out. Jeff, why don't you take care of this and get back to me later, okay? Thanks.
Well, that got silly.
What's up, Marcus? Something's jammed in the box crusher. I was wondering if you could climb in and get it out.
You want me to get inside the box crusher?
Yeah, thanks.
It feels like a box crusher could hurt someone really badly.
Only if somebody pushed the button while you were inside it. There's no need to worry about that, because I got the button right here.
Yeah. Okay.
Sandra, your tushy needs to be closer to the ground.
I can't go any lower.
Okay, I don't want excuses. I want lower tushies.
I can't believe they're making you do this.
Yeah, no, me and you both.
Elias, bend both your knees, not just the one.
I just feel so guilty. I mean, I almost feel like maybe I should tell Glenn that I was the one that messed up the sign.
Well, I mean, don't do it for me, but like if you really want to.
Yeah, you're right. There's probably no point.
Oh, did I say there was no point? I don't remember saying those words.
Oh, I'm getting in my head then. Sometimes I do that thing where I act like every mistake in the world is my fault.
Yeah, except for this time. I didn't mean that far off.
Although it's like, I didn't make you crash the scissor lift.
No, no. But technically, I wouldn't have been on the scissor lift if you hadn't messed up the signs.
I know, and then it's like, technically, I wouldn't have even been hanging the signs at all if St. Patrick hadn't driven the snakes out of Ireland. So, how far back do we go?
Probably somewhere between the 5th century and this morning, I'm guessing.
Right, yeah.
Right. I can't take this safety training anymore.
Hey, I get it. It's tough, especially when you get to your age. You feel like you can't keep up.
No, I mean, I'm overtaking the blame for Kelly's mistake.
Well, let's tell Glenn the truth and bury this chick.
Yeah, but I think just like throw her under the bus.
Are you sure? If I had security footage of her hanging the sign, it wouldn't be hard.
Yes, but morally, although, it's not like she would get in that much trouble, right? And all we'd be doing is telling the truth. So if anything, lying in the first place was the wrong thing to do, right?
You'd already made your mind up about this before you even came in here, hadn't you?
Yeah, I was thinking maybe you could show the footage while I tried to stop you so it looked like my hands were clean. I told everyone to meet like around 3.
No, I can't do it. I can't. I still know it's coming. And to be honest, you're freaking me out.
You know what? I feel you. So here's what we're gonna do. It's not gonna come today. Not even this week. Months will go by. You'll forget all about it. And then one day, out of the blue, you're rich.
I don't know if that.
And even if you tell me you want to call it off, I'll say okay, but I'll know you don't really want that. You're just trying to make yourself forget it's coming. It'll never really be called off, ever. That's how much I care about getting you this money.
Mateo, I'm not stupid. I know why you're doing this.
You do?
Yeah. Why waste an opportunity to make me look incompetent in front of my bosses, right?
I mean, no, that's not.
Okay, well, you may hate me, but I still care about you, so there. 10 grand. You're welcome.
10? I thought it was 50. Does it matter? Okay. Jeff, I don't want this.
Well, you're taking it. I'm faxing the paperwork to legal right now.
Oh, no. You can't do that.
Why not?
It's complicated.
I was in love with you, and you dumped me out of the blue. So unless there's some reason I just can't
I'm
get
undocumented. That's why I couldn't transfer stores. That's why I can't take the money. And that's why I couldn't go to Carnival Cruise with their family. But also, like, cruises are gross.
So, wait.
I never hated you.
I thought it'd be helpful for us all to watch the surveillance footage of Amy hanging the sign that fell on Mateo so we can learn what not to do.
Wait, what?
No, I don't think we need to watch this video, Dina.
Well, I do. So we are.
I'm so sorry. I don't know what else to do. That's the wrong file.
That's from Glenn's mullet phase. That was like 4 years ago.
I can't stand this new system. I can't find anything.
Whoa, is that from the tornado?
Oh, you know what?
Dina, can you turn off the video, please?
No, Amy, it's not your decision.
No, I'm not kidding. Turn off the video.
Hey, what are you doing?
Step back.
Dina,
This is very sensitive equipment. Dina, turn off the video. Please stop the video.
Whoa!
I think everyone knows you like Jonah.
Mm-hmm.
you all very much for this going away party. It's very unnecessary and a little awkward.
I just like to propose a toast to my man.
I'm sorry, did you bring champagne for one person?
In a way, this is a celebration of us reuniting.
No, I am celebrating never having to work with Jeff again, not you two reuniting. Frankly, I think this is a mismatch.
I'll miss your candor, Dina.
Hey, why don't we all go around and tell our favorite Jeff story? Okay, I want to go first. Jeff, I remember once you brought a ham sandwich, and I was like, typical Jeff.
I remember when we bonded over having seen The Danish Girl.
I've never seen The Danish Girl.
That wasn't. Oh, that was Dale. I'm sorry.
I remember when I let you borrow my air mattress for your camping trip. Remember that? I'm gonna need that back, actually.
Of course, thank you. ASAP.
Yeah.
Even though we never actually dated, I spent several months telling people we did. And I created these intricate memories of our relationship that feel completely real. But I have these vivid memories of your body on top of me, your tongue in my mouth, your hands on my breasts, that kind of thing.
Woo! What a trip down memory lane, huh? Jeff, you are always welcome at Cloud9. In fact, our cafe is very popular with the unemployed.
Oh, I'm not unemployed. I took a job as a manager with Target. Although at Target we call it a store lead.
You're at Target?
Yes, the one on Forest Park. So, hope you're ready for some competition.
Oh, okay, man, you bring it on.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll clean your clock with Arm and Hammer, you know? All right. Oh, Jeff, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I'm sorry. I didn't.
It's okay. Just got me in the.
I'm sorry.
Throw it a little bit.
I can't believe Jeff is going to Target.
So what if Jeff works at Target? What is the big deal?
Jeff is seeing Cloud9 from the inside. He knows all our secrets. It's like in football when they trade a player to another team and then that player knows how to beat his old team.
Yeah, but don't they do that all the time in football? Like, isn't that like a thing?
Amy, don't talk sports. You're embarrassing yourself.
It's newly renovated, but it still has its original molding, and it's in walking distance to the farmer's market.
That place looks great. You should take it.
It just feels a little small or claustrophobic or something.
Well, I mean, we're not going to find something perfect. I mean, you said that the last one was too loud, the one before that was on a slant, and the one before that had a weird curry smell.
And I actually like curry, but that was a bad curry. And the scary part is, like, what's it covering? What aren't you smelling?
Just think, you'll get to wake up to stuff like that every day.
Okay, you remember the guy from the pet store?
No.
You remember the guy from the pet store.
Oh, yeah. Continue.
We're meeting for lunch today, and he's bringing a friend.
Oh, you mean for me? No.
Oh, come on. I really like this guy. He makes me feel like... Have you ever fired a gun into the sky?
Well, I mean, I guess if you really...
I've already told him how desperate you are, and he says his friend is fine with it.
How nice. You know what, Dina? Actually, I think I'm gonna pass. I made myself a PB&J for lunch that I have been looking forward to all morning. So maybe next time, if there's,
Hi, yeah, I want to buy a dog with a birthmark around its eye, but in the shape of a blue cloud. Well, your website says you have all breeds. Well, that's misleading, don't you think? Well, I do. Sorry, I'm dealing with some false advertising there. What's up?
Look, I need to talk to you. My living expenses are about to go up now that Jonah's moving out.
Okay.
And, well, I've been working here for a while, and I'm a hard worker, or I'm a worker.
Garrett, I'm sorry. I can't deal with this right now. I am in the dance-off of my life with Target. Sorry.
Well, you know, Jeff offered me a job at Target for $1 more an hour.
He what?
But you don't have to worry about it, because I told him that you would probably match it.
That bald little weasel!
What? What are you... Wait, whoa, hold on.
Not enough that he's trying to steal our secrets, but then he comes after my second coolest employee. Oh, I don't think so.
You don't need to do. Who's the first coolest employee?
Oh, hi, Jeff. It's Glenn Sturgis from Cloud9. We need to talk face to face at your earliest convenience, okay? Bye-bye. He doesn't know who he's dealing with.
Oh.
Pistachio shells.
Wow, he is so hot. Is he a model? He's a lawyer, but I think he used to be a skydiving instructor, and he does a lot of charity work.
Who's this? Oh, Dina's setting me up with her boyfriend's friend.
Holy.
I know, right? You're all like, lucky bitch.
Well, I mean, now I wish I was going.
Okay, Amy's in. Justine, you can eat lunch alone like always.
What? Thanks a lot, Amy.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for that to happen.
Okay, Justine, you're back in.
No. Now it's just getting confusing going back and forth. So I'll just go. Just to make it easy.
You sure?
Oh my God, yes.
Well, what looks good?
So that picture you showed me, that wasn't a black and white filter.
Oh, no. He's old.
Hey, Jeff, the man in red. What are you doing here?
I got a meeting with Glenn.
Oh, okay. Well, hi, hold up, man. Jeez, it has been forever since we had a chat.
Yes.
You watched the show last night?
What shows?
I don't know any of them. I like them all. Hey, you like chicken wings, right?
Not really.
Well, that's great because I'm going to take you to lunch to a place that does not sell them. Let's go.
I cannot do that now, but thank you for the invite. Do me a favor, just text me the name of the restaurant. I'm always looking for a new spot.
Okay, well, hey, don't worry about what Glenn says because, you know, typical Glenn.
So how do the two of you know each other?
His older sister babysat me.
There. See, plenty of space. You got room for the couch, and there's the coffee table, and here's your beat-up bookcase.
Oh, that's not beat up. That's reclaimed wood.
Well, the point is, everything fits.
It does feel spacious.
Yeah.
But it's misleading. We don't just live like this. We live like this.
What is happening? I don't think I live like that.
Two-dimensionally, this is fine. We need to go 3D.
You can't just imagine?
3D.
3D.
Thank you for coming in, Jeff. That's more comfortable. I wanted to have a sit down with you so that we could go over the rules of the game.
What game?
Okay, let's not insult each other, all right? If you respect me, I'll respect you. But if you start trying to pooch my people, then we are going to have a problem.
Pooch? Did you mean poach?
Don't play dumb with me.
Okay, Glenn, not sure what you're trying to do, but you don't have to intimidate me.
No, you don't tell me what to do, okay? Because you're not my boss anymore. You're just another schmo like me down here in the dirt with the rest of us. Yeah. You don't like it, do you? Down here in the dirt. Well, here, let me clean you up.
What? Don't do that.
Well, then stop trying to steal my people.
Hey, I'm not trying to steal your people. Stop spraying me with the bottle.
Liar.
Stop spraying me with the bottle. I'm not lying. One more time. Spray me one more time. You want to poach? Let's poach.
No, I don't want to poach. That's what this was all about. Were you even listening to what I was saying?
It's interesting because when they were young, it was Lorraine who wanted to be the geologist and Edwin who wanted to be the lawyer.
Wow, well, a lot can change over 30 years.
Oh, look, they have the same beverage rep we do. You know, that's funny. I always thought his district went west from the store, not east, but what do you know? East.
I love your stories.
You know what? I actually have to talk to that guy.
Can it wait?
No, it can't. You know how I am with beverages. Excuse me.
She's cuckoo for liquids.
Hi, hey, excuse me. my name's Amy. I work at Cloud9. I'm on a terrible date with a grandfather, so I just need to look like I'm talking to you about some business. Can you help me?
Yeah. Yeah. Should I just nod a lot like you're saying something really important?
Yes. Yeah. Nodding would be great.
Wow. That's a very insightful point you're making about the beverages.
And now I am pointing because we are in a disagreement.
Oof, she is really laying into him. Sorry, Walter, she can be a bit of a handful. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, and that goes right here. Yeah, great.
Still don't understand why Glenn wants a living room display set up in the middle of everything.
I don't know, guy's falling apart.
Okay, well, this still works for me.
Yeah. It's Sunday, we're relaxing.
Yeah.
Wait, where am I putting my coffee?
Well, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe the coffee table?
Yeah, but then I'm always leaning over to get the coffee, you know? And then if I want to put my feet up, I kick it over.
Right.
We're gonna need an end table right here.
Okay, good. Yeah, we will get an end table.
Well, you can't just get one end table. You need another one to match for the other side.
Well, then 2 end tables coming up.
Do we have enough seating for game night?
I'm on it.
Oh, and this is a pleasant surprise.
Not now, Mateo.
Excuse me?
Attention, everyone. Who here would like to come with me and join the Target family?
Jeff, what are you doing?
No. You leave my people alone.
Or you'll do what I told you. If I want your people, I'll take them.
You hate most of the people who work here. You talk about it all the time.
Yes, I'm mainly doing it out of spite. Who wants to join?
No one wants to join you. We're loyal to Cloud9 here. Nobody likes Target.
I love Target. I like to call it Target, like it's fancy.
Listen, Target is a better store. It's cleaner.
Cantaloupe
It's more fun.
Horses
They have better
in the
products.
barn.
They
Come
treat their
on.
people better.
Flapjacks
They're better
on the table.
customers. They have a better
Grandpa singing a
location. It's
yarn.
generally just a very cool store.
Good arguments on both sides. Why don't we all just go home and think about it overnight?
I'll go with you, Jeff. And I promise to keep it professional.
Well, technically, it was always professional except for in your... You know what? Whatever. Fine.
Sandra, he doesn't really want you. He's just upset because Garrett wouldn't go with him.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm staying, Jeff, so sorry.
Ha! You just lost Garrett. Enjoy your Garrett-less store.
Fine. He's incompetent anyhow.
Hold up. I'm not incompetent. I just don't try.
Get out of my store. You are banned from Cloud9.
Are you... Stop pushing me, Glenn.
No, I'm throwing you. Ow! Oh!
Don't hit... This is abuse! Call a cop!
What are you guys doing? You know we're short-staffed up front, right?
Oh, Glenn asked us to put together a living room display, so he said it was a priority.
Glenn asked you to do a display? Why would he ask you and not me?
I don't know.
He just did.
Yeah.
You don't think Glenn's mad at me because of Jeff, do you?
Yeah. That's probably it.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L.
Your improv skills are really impressive.
Thank you.
You sure you're not into him? He seems wise.
Ah.
Like the kind of guy that has a lot of information about the early days of cars.
Oh, hi. Okay, you got jokes. Well, I am upset about how much movie tickets cost me these days, so maybe I could take advantage of his senior discount.
Well, if you're not going to go for him, I might take a shot. Don't laugh. They're watching.
What do we talk about now?
If Jeff is going to pooch our people, well, I say let's see how he likes it when we pooch his.
Yeah, I'll show him how incompetent I am at taking his employees.
What?
Well, Jeff said that I was being incompetent, so it was kind of like wordplay. Man, never mind. Sorry, forcing it.
All right. Well, let's see who's going to want to leave this dump. Wow, it's really nice in here. Wow, the red's so lively. It really pops.
I just don't understand how someone can hate the sun.
Well, I mean, no, I don't hate the sun. I just find it really annoying. I do hate the beach, though, because my parents took me on this god-awful trip to the Gulf Coast.
Come on, you were missing the whole date. And we are on a time crunch. Walter can't drive at night.
Right, sure. So next time, less diet, more regular. Got it?
Got it, got it. I don't know why it took me so long to understand that very simple point.
You're welcome. Now let's get back to the table. Walter ordered you 2 puddings.
Does it feel cramped?
Yes, it does feel cramped. I mean, we have like 5 ottomans, a million chairs, a steamer trunk. I mean, there's wicker balls. You brought in a mannequin for some reason.
That's supposed to represent a guest.
Dude, what is going on? Do you want to move in together or not?
Of course I do. I'm the one who suggested it.
Right, but is it because you wanted to or because you felt bad about the Amy stuff? Because if so, that's dumb.
That was part of it, okay?
You could have mentioned this to me before we brought in the entire furniture department.
Well, Earl did most of the work.
Did you know that Cloud9 employees get a 5% discount on anything in the store?
Cool. Ours is actually higher than that.
Well, yeah, but if you work there, you'd have a shorter commute.
But you don't know where I live.
Well, you can tell me on your first day then. How would you like to work at the Cloud9 on Ozark Islands? Heavenly shopping, down-to-earth prices.
Isn't that the store where they found a foot?
Yeah, it's one of the Cloud9 stores where a foot was found, yes.
Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Look, I know that they pay you more here at Target, but there are some things that you can't put a price on.
Making it rain!
Like that. Can't put a price on that.
Jonah is dating Kelly, right? Except he kissed Amy during the tornado. And Carol hates Sandra because she stole Jerry. Of course, everybody hates Justine. Consider yourself poached.
You got poached!
No, I'm gonna stay here because, yeah, I'm gonna stay.
Yeah, I think you're coming.
You got
Come on.
poached!
No.
Hey, excuse me, miss. Ah!
Hi, Glenn.
What's up, Cheyenne?
What are you doing here? Are you, like, undercover? Are you spying?
No, I work here part-time.
Okay, look, I know that's not true because I've seen you work at Cloud9 part-time.
Well, yeah, this is where I work with the other part of my time. It's just been for the last few months, just to make some extra money for college.
If you needed a raise, why didn't you come see me? I mean, I have a discretionary fund.
Dude, I need a raise.
Not now, Garrett.
It's not just about the money. There are other perks, like Harmonica gets to go to this really cushy daycare place. They never have fires there.
Oh, come on. They must have some fires.
Nope, not one. I checked.
Whoa.
Every time you stalk Brett, don't you just want to squish it as hard as you can?
Honestly, yeah. I thought I was a weirdo.
I just think it would be just so satisfying. I'm gonna do it.
What? No. No.
Doing it right now.
No, you're doing it right now?
Yes, I am.
How does it feel?
Feels
Does it feel good?
great.
Oh, it looks so good.
You should try it.
Oh, I couldn't.
Do it.
I can't.
Do it.
I'm
You're
doing
doing it.
Oh, it feels real good.
Doesn't it? Smack it and see what happens.
No, don't.
It comes apart.
Let's move in together.
Jonah, you don't have to.
No.
say
I mean
no.
it. I mean it. I mean it. I want to. I would like to live with you.
I just told that guy that he could move in with me.
That guy? I knew it. I always lose out to that guy.
Hey, this is nice. Well, I'm trying to get back on Glenn's good side. I love the fact that you quit your job for me, but I just wish you hadn't told everyone that you got a job at Target.
I just couldn't admit to everybody around here that I'm unemployed. I mean, people think of me as this powerful guy who's got it all going on. I just don't want to let everybody down.
So you don't work at Target?
No, but I'm in the mix.
Cool. I gotta go find Glenn.
We might as well accept we work in an inferior store with inferior benefits and inferior popcorn.
We don't even have popcorn.
Oh, shut up.
Hey, sorry, you can't eat
food on the display furniture.
Oh, hey, Owen. It's okay. These are my Cloud9 friends. Well, Cloud9 friend and boss.
Oh, this is Glenn.
You talk about me?
Of course I do.
Oh, I'm just so surprised. Just that she never talks about you guys at all. Not at all. I mean, I didn't even know she worked here until today.
Okay.
Hey, Owen, she ever talk about me? I'm Garrett.
Yeah.
Hey, what do you think of Jeff?
Jeff who?
Exactly, Jeff Boo.
So I just got a text from Hank. Apparently, Walter is into you.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, he thinks you had a great connection. I knew you two would hit it off. Anyway, he wants you to give him a call, but if you get his voicemail, don't leave a message because he doesn't know how to retrieve them. Meanwhile, Hank and I are meeting up again tonight. Do you want me to describe the sex to you tomorrow or show you a quick time?
Yeah, no, that sounds great.
Really? I'll send you a file.
Hey!
Hey.
Hi, what are you doing here?
Oh, your store is on my route.
Yeah, no, I know, but don't we usually get deliveries on Tuesdays?
That is 100% true, but my boss called and he said, "Hey, can you switch things up and go by there today?" And you know, he's my boss, so
So,
here I am.
here you are.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah,
let's focus up.
Quiet!
Morning, everyone. Okay, before the new district manager gets here, I just wanted to warn you. Her name is Lori Newstep, and she's a woman, so let's not act like that's weird.
Is it weird?
No. I mean, just don't act like anything's weird. Ever. In general.
Nice recovery.
Man, I hope she's a wilf. It's a woman I'd like to.
That's what that means. I'm excited to have a woman in charge.
The world's moving too fast. Enough already.
I'm just worried that I'm going to say something weird. Wish I knew something more about her.
I'm Googling her, and apparently she's from Denver.
Denver, terrific. Let's go with the Denver thing.
Or we could just treat her like she's a human being.
Yeah, but we've got the Denver thing in case that doesn't work out.
Right, and why wouldn't that work?
She's here. Places, everyone.
Whoa, wait.
What?
Now I'm ready.
Hey, everyone.
Lady.
Okay. Hi. I am Lori Newstad. I'm taking over for Jeff. I'm going to be here all day walking around, getting to know the store, trying to figure out ways we can make things a little more efficient. So, busy day. Let's get back out there.
Let's get back out there. But they say that a lot on the slopes of Denver, huh?
Actually, I think this is a different Lori Newstad.
Lori seems like kind of a bitch, right?
She's like this strict school teacher in a porn, but nothing good ends up happening. She just like teaches.
Yeah, and her shoes made a lot of noise. I mean, what?
Are you guys seriously weirded out by a female boss? It's 2018.
You're right. To be honest, I really liked her shoes.
You know, a lot of people think that women make better bosses than men. It's like they say Ginger Rogers did everything Fred Astaire did, but backwards and in high heels.
That's total crap. When did Ginger dance backwards?
Oh, it's just an expression.
They danced in circles or side by side.
You're only defending her because she's a woman. That's sexism.
If she was a man, there's no way we'd be standing around talking about her appearance.
Exactly.
Name one picture where Ginger Rogers was better than Rita Hayworth.
I don't know any.
Ginger Rogers was nothing.
Come on, man. Big time. Top hat. Swinging down to Rio. You froze up, dude.
Lori's gonna be looking at our stats, and my checkout scores are terrible. That scanner never works for me. It's probably because I swallowed a magnet when I was 4. Just never came out.
Who cares if you're bad at one thing? I'm bad at driving, but I'm good at texting and driving.
My UPM score is a 5.
A 5? Even I got a 30.
Well, you have better hand-eye coordination. I can't be wasting my time playing Star Trek video games all day.
It's
Star Wars.
Same diff. They're just ugly people floating in space.
Yeah, they're not floating in space. They're on planets most of the time. That's just an ignorant comment.
Oh, excuse me. You're the floor manager, right?
Yeah. Hi, Amy.
There is an employee, Sal Kozlauskas, who has a lot of open sexual harassment complaints against him.
Yeah, it's fine. He died in the wall.
That's this store.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good to know. Thank you.
Yeah, anytime. Hey, can I just say it's really cool to have a woman district manager. I mean, it's about time, right?
Thank you. Well, I had to have sex with a lot of board members to get here, so. I'm kidding.
Yeah. No, I didn't. I mean, I wouldn't. Anyway, if I can, give you a hand with anything, let me know.
Oh, actually, you know what? I would love some help with some of these personnel details.
Oh, yeah, okay, sure. Arby's has the meats, but Amy's got the deets. I'm sorry, that was weird.
That was weird.
Hey, I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page about keeping this whole situation from Lori.
Oh, because you're not married.
What? No, I just mean a lot of bosses don't like pregos.
What? No, everyone loves pregos. It's like the saying. Everyone loves pregos, Legos, and Egos.
Not me. If I hear someone's pregnant, all I think about is bathroom breaks and doctor's appointments and hormones. It's like we don't need another Elias.
Okay, but Lori's gonna find out eventually.
Well, we'll deal with that if it comes to it. But for all we know, I may lose the baby, and this is never even an issue.
Wait, what?
I'm just saying, things happen. I live in a very dangerous neighborhood. People are always pushing other people. Anyway, later, boss.
Move! You've got to move.
We try and keep Carol and Sandra on opposite sides of the store. It's sort of like a Crips and Bloods thing.
And Justine Sikowitz.
Justine is a hard worker. She cries a lot in the bathroom, but not like in a way where you feel like you have to go in.
Got it. Okay. Myrtle Vartanian.
Oh, Myrtle. Yeah, she's sweet. She doesn't do very much, doesn't do it very well, but
she actually makes more money than anyone else at her level.
Yeah, well, I guess when you've been here that long, even 40-cent pay bumps add up. Huh?
Good to know. All right, well, at least we know where we can cut Myrtle. Okay, why don't you tell me about Cody?
Oh, wait, sorry. When you say cut Myrtle, you don't mean like...
Oh my God, no, I'm not like a monster.
Oh, okay, phew.
I'm not like gonna literally cut her. No, I just mean fire her.
Oh,
okay, tell me about Marcus White. What's his IQ? Because if it's low enough, we get a tax break.
So, out of the blue, she just decided to fire Myrtle.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what happened.
There has to be a reason.
Well, I don't know. I just met her. I don't know what's inside of her mind.
I think you do know.
Okay, fine. I might have mentioned that Myrtle is not very good at her job.
What? Why would you say that?
Because she asked me about Myrtle.
So you led with Myrtle's not good at her job?
No, I led with she's very sweet and she's not very good at her job. I don't know. We were bonding. Are we going to stand around and just point fingers, or are you going to help me fix this?
I was thinking we could point fingers for a few more minutes.
Myrtle's a fixture. I mean, would you want me to fire the light bulbs? Or would you want me to throw our plumbing out into the cold?
I would, if the pipes cost us more than any other pipe for doing inferior work. Look, I'm sure she will find another job, Glenn.
Who's gonna hire her? She's useless. Can I at least wait until the end of the day? I would like to show her one last perfect day before she wanders off into the great unknown.
Okay, I'm asking you to fire her, not kill her.
How do you live with yourself?
Is sighing really going to help me go faster? You're just wasting air. There. How do you like it? I just can't make it work. Okay, I don't know how you check out people so quickly.
Why don't you just go into Glenn's computer and change your stats?
You can do that?
You kidding me? I do it all the time. Why do you think I never work Fridays but get paid for Fridays?
You think I should?
Well, isn't that kind of like cheating?
Not really. Because if you think about it...
It's cheating. It's 100% cheating.
I think Garrett makes a good point. I'm going to do it.
Well, I guess while you're in there, you can change your employee photo, too.
Enough about the photo. I had a lot of sodium that morning.
I just get nervous if I go too tight, it'll hurt the baby.
Women have been wearing corsets for centuries. If a little squeezing hurt, I think we would have heard something about it.
There used to be really high infant mortality.
Fine, I'll go get Justine to help.
No, I'll do it. I can do it.
Okay.
It's pretty tight. I don't know.
Sandra, I swear to God.
Why don't you just tell Lori you're fat?
Because fat people are fat everywhere. This is clearly a baby bump.
We could pad you all over, like how they do Hollywood actors. Eddie Murphy, Martin Lawrence, Tyler Perry. I am not intentionally just naming black actors.
Sandra, if I didn't need your Hulu password, I would kill you right now.
Myrtle, what would be your idea of a perfect day?
I guess I'd like to spend one more day with my late husband, Charlie.
Okay, but what about a perfect day in the store?
If Charlie came in the store.
Okay, I'm not God.
Hey, Myrtle, you borrowed some scissors and I need them back.
You leave her alone! This is Myrtle's day! You take all the scissors you want, honey.
Hey, Lori, can we talk to you? Sure, who's this?
Hi, I'm Jonah Sims.
He does look like a male Tinkerbell.
You can't fire Myrtle. She is an invaluable asset to this store.
Okay, Amy, I really don't want to fire anyone, right? Certainly not a sweet old lady, but corporate is on me to cut the budget.
What if we found the savings elsewhere? Could she keep her job then?
She makes $20 an hour.
Myrtle? Dude, yeah, no, that makes sense. It's nice to see a woman not just making 79 cents on the dollar.
We can find those savings. I just cut my own home budget down simply by going to the library when I need the internet. So, if we do it, can she keep her job?
Sure. Yeah. Give it a try.
All right.
Thank you.
Tinkerbell.
I don't know where she heard that.
It's tough.
Come on, you went to business school. Can't you just track down some wasteful spending?
It's not like there's a line item for wasteful spending.
Well, let's think outside the box or cut the pork. Like, that's a thing, right?
Those are words, yes.
Come on, Jonah, you can do this. I know you can do this. Come on, baby. Find the money. Show mama the money.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. I appreciate the energy, Mama, but can you let me focus?
Yeah, okay, whatever you need.
Well, okay. We leave the AC on in March. It's just competing with the heat. If we turn both of them off, that would save us $200.
Yes! Okay! Mama smells the bacon because Papa found the pork. $200.
I don't like any of this.
Neither do I, but Mama can't stop.
Why are you shutting the blinds?
So no one can see us.
Oh, you're afraid we might get caught changing your register scores?
Fine. We just change the score so we can get out of here.
All right, I'm just looking for the right window. Glenn's taxes, Google search for how many tomatoes in the world, his church's MySpace page. Ah, here we are, employee records. Your UPM score is now 120.
120? That kind of high?
I don't know, man. I mean, we're here. You might as well change it to something impressive.
You're right. This is my Tanya Harding moment, and I've got to claw my way to the top. Okay. 121. It's a little less obvious.
Excuse me, young lady. Do you have any sugar? My coffee is black with an 80% chance of cream.
There you go.
Oh, my goodness, Myrtle, look, isn't that Channel 4 weatherman Skipper Sales in our very store?
I don't know. I watched Channel 5 with Craig Moeller.
Oh, okay. I could have sworn you said Channel 4.
Hey, it's cool. Craig's great. Really good at what he does.
Craig's the best.
So, Glenn, maybe you can just reimburse me for the coffee now.
Later?
Yeah, it's just otherwise I need to submit it to the
I
station.
said later, Skipper Sales.
Hey, you're Dina, right? The assistant manager?
Huh? What?
I have a quick question about the shrink reports.
Sure, shoot.
You want to put the box down?
No, it's late.
Okay. Well, it says that shrink accounted for like 1.4% of total sales last month. But at the same time, the regional average actually dropped. Now, starting in the month of... Hang
sorry. I just have to use the restroom. So maybe we can discuss that later.
Okay, great. You know what? I have to go too, so I'll tag along.
Great. That's great. Just follow me this way.
You're bringing the kettlebells to the bathroom?
Yes, I am. They help me.
Okay, if we got rid of break room coffee, we would save another $300 a year.
Great. Let's take it. That would put us over 8,000.
Hey, you guys taking the coffee?
If we don't find enough budget cuts to cover her salary, Lori is going to fire Myrtle.
What?
Wait, why would she fire Myrtle?
Nobody knows. It's just random.
It's because she's a bitch. Lori, not Myrtle.
Please. Jeff did all kinds of crappy things, and no one ever called him a bitch.
When Jeff changed the vendors for the vending machine, you called him a...
Yeah, well, that's because the vending machine didn't have any Takis.
Sorry, if Lori is being a bitch, wouldn't the truly sexist thing be for me to not call her a bitch?
No, that's not the point.
Actually, I think I kind of agree with Marcus.
Yes! Red Pill Brothers.
No, I just mean if we had true equality, you could call out women for doing something terrible when they're doing something terrible.
Like being a bitch.
See, there's that word again. Maybe let's not use that.
Yeah, only women can use the word bitch because we took that word back, right, ladies?
No, bitch. The gays took that from you.
Okay, I think we're off track.
To be honest, I'm not sure what on track would look like.
Hey, if Hitler was a woman, would you be defending Hitler?
No, obviously not.
What if Oprah hosted the Holocaust?
I'm not sure one hosts a Holocaust.
Don't mansplain her.
Okay, I'm not in favor of any Holocaust, but if there was a Holocaust, then yeah, Oprah's who I would want to host it.
And I actually agree with that.
Me too.
Yeah.
That's a really good
I think we solved sexism, guys.
Myrtle, you've been with us a long time, and all good things must come to an end. Myrtle, I am trying to talk to you.
Oh, I am sorry. I just like looking at the trucks. I always wanted to drive one of those.
All right, Myrtle. Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Yep. Breaker 19. This is Myrtle the Turtle saying, keep it groovy.
Get off this channel.
Mateo, I've just been going over everyone's UPM numbers. Your score is very impressive.
Oh, really? I thought it was just average. Maybe slightly above, but wow, thank you.
I mean, I've never seen 121 UPM before.
121. That's so stupid. Good. Stupid good.
I didn't even know that the lasers could read the barcodes that quickly. Wow. Hey, you know what would be a good idea if Mateo did a demonstration of his technique for the rest of us?
What?
I love that idea. Okay, excellent. Yes, let's meet. Register 1, 5 minutes, okay?
5 minutes, we'll be
See you
there.
Okay. What was that?
That's what happens when you say that Star Wars and Star Trek are the same thing.
What? So this whole thing is just a setup because I insulted your stupid space opera?
Save your energy.
Oh, God.
Heaven, I'm in heaven, and my heart beats so that I can hardly speak.
You're a good man.
Look how good she's doing.
Happiness I see when we're out together dancing.
Oh, it's my car. That's what I get for parking outside the lines.
Is this everyone? Should we wait for more people?
No, we're ready.
Great. You don't want to start with cold muscles.
Hey, you look pretty warm to me. It's showtime, Mateo.
Okay. Great. So, first thing is, check the equipment. Oh. Looks like it's broken.
You just turned it off. Here.
Thank you, Jay. So now we begin.
Bees!
What?
Oh, I got stung! Bees! Killer bees! Killer bees!
represents all the money the store spends on utilities.
Amy, that is a big slice of pie.
A very big slice, Jonah. I mean, I couldn't finish that. But when the store shifts over to LED and motion sensors, then something happens to that slice of pie. Next slide. That slice gets a lot smaller.
Yeah, if someone offered me a slice that size at a birthday party.
Okay, I have to leave in 2 minutes, so if we could just hurry this up, please.
Oh.
Yeah, of course. Go to the end.
Okay.
Keep going.
I'm sorry, was that the donkey from Shrek?
Yeah, that was for a budget pun, but it doesn't matter anymore.
Oh, okay, here we go. Once you've added up all the cost-saving provisions, the total savings comes to...
$18,326.
Now
that's
that is
so
a
many
lot of
savings.
savings.
Well, that, I have to admit, is very impressive.
Thank
It's
you.
nice of you to say.
Great. So Myrtle gets to keep her job then.
Yay!
I'm sorry. I can't justify keeping her.
Wait.
But you said that if we found the savings, you wouldn't fire her.
I know that I said that, but yeah, honestly, I didn't think that you'd be able to do it. All right. Very impressive, though, and very good work. I got my eye on you guys. You have a very bright future. Oh. What's the joke about the donkey?
Oh, only an ass would keep writing blank Shreks for Donut Thursdays?
It's funny.
Told you it wasn't funny.
So you've never even been to Denver?
No. Why do people keep asking me that?
Lori! Quitting time, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Man, I cannot wait to get home. I'm gonna get drunk, smoke some cigarettes, jump on my trampoline. Woo!
Okay, it's a big night. Sorry, you look different.
Whoa. You know, in the future, I'd appreciate if you didn't comment on my body. You're a woman. You should know better.
So what do you think of Lori now? B word? C word? A word?
I think she's a...
Okay, so same as Jeff.
Yeah, gender neutral.
We've come a long way.
What is happening?
That was the best day ever!
Oh, I'm so glad. Myrtle, you're fired. I feel terrible. Woo! Best day ever! Come on! Best day! Best day. Today is Local Vendors Day. This is Cloud9's way of supporting the local small business owners we're constantly putting out of business. And this year we have a very special vendor. Just look at these beautiful needle points. This is certainly an exciting product.
Glenn, we all know that's your wife.
No, it isn't. She is just a talented craftswoman who is gracing us with her presence.
Thank you, kind sir. I appreciate the opportunity to sell my crafts in your lovely store.
Well, the pleasure is all ours. It's just so exciting to have such a beautiful stranger at our vendor fair.
What's happening?
I think it's foreplay.
Glenn, are you going to tell your wife that you're flirting with one of the vendors?
Oh, I don't think she'll mind.
Oh, so you guys have an open marriage.
What's that?
Means you're allowed to have sex with people who aren't your spouse.
It's like the walkers.
Oh, God, no!
Then why are you trying to get at the vendor lady?
Are you cheating on Jerusha?
You know what? I'm gonna call her.
No, don't call her.
She deserves to know.
$8 for a bar of soap just because it's shaped weird and wrapped in twine?
Well, it's artisanal, it's organic.
Ugh, I don't need my soap to be organic. We have science now. Science has created chemicals that keep us clean. Handcrafted, locally sourced beer. What does that even mean?
Well, what makes a microbrew special
You know
is...
what? That actually looks kind of interesting. I think I'm going to check it out.
Oh, because of the cute girl?
No, because it's artisanal.
Did you just say artisanal?
Whatever, man. Leave me alone.
are going well with beverage guy. I mean, he waves, you wave.
Yeah, we've been on a couple dates. He's sweet.
Wow, I bet dating has changed so much since your time. How did you guys even send each other naked photos of yourselves?
Just in the mail.
Oh my god, so much effort.
I sent a nude fax once.
Full face?
Full face. I mean, an artist signs her work.
Dina, hey, I made something for you. Just as, a little thank you for, the gift that you're giving to Glenn and me.
Wow.
It's a stork, because you're bringing us a baby.
Gosh, what intricate work.
Yeah, it took me over 30 hours.
Amazing. Yeah. You know what? I actually can't accept this. No offense, but it just really freaks me out. And I do not want this in my home or, to be honest, on the planet. Thanks.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Can't believe you came on your day off to sell cheese you made out of breast milk.
Yeah, well, it's been a lot of trial and error. If you don't get the consistency just right, you get boob yogurt. That's just gross. Then there's the scavenging. Oh, and then my lizard ate a bunch of my samples.
Wait. Let's go back to scavenging.
Well, I mainly work with found milk.
Found milk?
Mm-hmm. A mom leaves a bottle on a table at a food court, and you figure she's okay with people taking a little off the top.
Ever since the storm, he's become the most amazing hider. Sometimes I can't find him for days.
That's great.
Hey, were you guys talking about Jerry?
Yeah, this weekend we're taking the rails off the toilet.
Yeah, hey, you know what'd be really good for his recovery? A nice, cozy scarf from Jerusha's booth. But I get over there fast, before she sells out.
Oh, did you want us to go right now?
Whoa! Someone's excited. Yeah, go ahead.
But oh, yep, good. Let's go.
Oh, I am jealous of you.
I like the label. It's very artisanal.
Thanks. Yeah. Would you like a taste?
All right, cheers.
Cheers.
Wow, it tastes like Bud Light.
You're funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a little bit of a crack up, but this is Bud Light, right?
No, I guess if you're not used to drinking craft beer, might take a little time for your palate to adjust.
Or it might be Bud Light.
If you buy just one more scarf, you get a free other scarf.
Sure. Let's do it.
So it seems like Jerusha's sales seem to be picking up a little bit, huh?
Yeah. God, I am so proud of her. Because, needlepoint comes easy to a lot of people, but not Jerusha.
Just can't help but wonder if some of the employees might feel a little pressured, to buy her stuff.
I'm not pressuring anyone.
No, of course not. But I think there's an inherent coercive power that you wield over the employees, even if you're not conscious of it.
Yeah, sure. But, I think if I was doing something subconsciously, I'd know it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just, I think what I'm saying is just be careful how you use your power.
Maybe you should be careful how you use your power. Handsome?
Wow.
Hey.
Did you design this? This is very impressive.
It came to me in a dream. A really boring dream. And it is taking forever.
Well, if you get hungry, I highly recommend the mini burritos. I've had like one.
I don't know. There's something lame about a burnout white dude making money off Mexican food.
Yeah, but in fairness to Burrito Brian, I don't think he's making any money, and I'm pretty sure he sleeps in his van. And he did spend some time in Costa Rica.
Burritos are from Costa Rica.
Yeah, no, I know. Obviously, they're from other places.
Be careful. I'm gonna have to take away your Latina card.
Yeah, my Latina card. Here you go. Take it. No, that's a picture of a kid. I found this on the sidewalk, and I felt really weird about throwing it away. If you were to describe me, like Amy is the blank one, what would you say?
Amy is the bossy one.
Oh, Amy's the divorced one.
Amy's the mad one, the loud one. Ooh, the sad one.
Oh, I could see that.
No, it's something more obvious, like about my identity. Like, what am I?
Oh, the short one.
The older one.
Amy's the Miranda one.
Guys, I'm the Latina one.
Sorta.
I guess technically.
What do you mean? I am Latina. That's a fact.
I mean, you don't even like spicy food, so.
Yeah, and you're not that good of a dancer. Not that all Latinos are good dancers, but it definitely feels like you're one level below wherever you should be.
I get it. This is the first time you've dated a Latino guy, and you're out of your element.
I am not out of my element. I am the element. The element is in me.
Okay, quick tip. Just call him Poppy at the end of every sentence. You'll drive him wild.
Okay, no, that's not a thing.
It works.
It really does. I've dated a lot of Latin men. A lot of them.
None of you feel pressure to buy Jerusha's needlepoint, right?
Actually, it did feel like we kind of had to buy something.
Had to because of me, or had to because you appreciate quality?
You? But maybe quality. I don't know.
Come on, you guys should know me by now. I never pressure you, so this is not my fault.
I felt pressured to buy cookies from your foster kids. And then someone in Tucson bought a Vespa with my credit card, and the bank said I had to prove that I wasn't in Tucson. How would I even do that?
You take a picture of yourself with a newspaper, not from Tucson.
You made me take care of the tropical fish that you raised, even though I can't afford the tank maintenance. I had to take out a loan.
My sister was in labor, and you needed me to change your screensaver to flying toasters. She gave birth in her tub.
Okay. I am sorry then. I'll never pressure you again.
Oh, okay.
And it's like, why would I even want a Vespa? My vertigo was going crazy at the time. I had to sit down in the shower.
So I can do hats with squirrels on them. I can do scarves with birds on them.
What about a scarf with a squirrel on it?
No. I mean, I guess technically I could, but no, I just don't feel comfortable with that.
¿Qué pasa, amigo? ¿Cómo estás?
Hey, what's up?
Answering in English. I'm gonna have to take away your Latino card.
I guess you do. I had no idea you spoke Spanish.
Oh, sí, claro que sí. We spoke Spanish in mi casa all the time. Lunes, martes, miércoles, and so on.
Oye, Amy, pero es un alivio completamente. Mira, hay un tipo aquí que trabaja aquí. Yo no sé cómo se llama, pero suena como un tipo animado, un tipo como un gato suena. ¿Sabe quién es?
No.
Pero de todas maneras, Amy.
That is Bud Light.
Thank you.
But you know what? Who cares?
No, man. I don't care. It's just that I want her to admit that I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's about respect.
Right. That sounds like caring.
No, dude. I don't care. It's just important to me.
Oh, okay. So that's the definition of caring.
No, dude, I don't care.
Right.
Hey, feel like getting some lunch?
Oh, no, I'm not really hungry. People aren't buying anything anymore. Earlier I was selling a lot, but now people are returning things.
That's weird. Well, retail, it's a crazy business.
That's probably it. I just can't help but kind of feel like a failure as a woman. My lady parts are all dried up. Can't do needlepoint up to the standards of these people. My hair won't hold a perm. When is it Jerusha's turn?
Come on. No. It'll be fine. Sales will pick up. I mean, people love your scarves.
What about my hats?
Oh, and your hats, too. Even more than your scarves.
More?
No, the same. It'll get better. I promise.
Mm.
Come here.
Pero de todas maneras, yo te quiero llevar a ti a un sitio que yo voy, personalmente, tú y yo vamos, como familia. Un restaurantico que te va a encantar. Yo entro ahí y la gente me conoce a mí, me dicen, hey, ¿cómo estás? Yo digo, hey, how you doing? Así yo entro ahí y son gente mía. Y es genial porque yo veo los martes como quiera.
Oh, fantástico. Sí, sí.
Really?
Sí.
Wow, this is great. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, sí.
Awesome.
So you agreed to something and you have no idea what it was.
It sounded like mana sola mana sola re.
Bensosa?
Mañana.
Mantequilla.
No.
Mariquina.
No.
Manila?
No, you're not listening.
Mandano.
Mana sola.
Mancilio. Mancilio.
Okay, stop. It's not helping.
Don't you speak Spanish?
Yeah, some. But he was talking so fast. And plus, he's got that Dominican accent. So he was like dropping S's and like moving L's to R's. And it was a mess.
The only Spanish words I know are mas tequila. Know what I mean?
Oh, God.
Oh, hey, Jonah, do you speak Spanish?
No, why?
Don't worry about it.
Amy's boyfriend said something to her in Spanish, and we were trying to figure out what he said.
You have a boyfriend?
No, just some guy that I've gone on a couple dates with.
Alex, the beverage guy.
Oh, the beverage guy. Cool.
Cheyenne, look up the Spanish term for would you like to have sex in the butt?
What? Why?
Because that may be what you agreed to.
Whoa, busy day, huh?
Actually, I think I'm about to sell out.
Whoa, wow. Well, hey, if you do, no worries, because you got a whole row of beer right behind you.
Thanks, but you guys don't sell beer like this.
Oh, no, yeah, probably not. Hey, you know what is interesting? I had a friend try one of your samples, and this is crazy. Totally independently, also said it tastes like Bud Light.
Well, it's not.
Well, hey, look, I wouldn't judge you if it was. In fact, I'd respect you for charging $13 for $2 worth of Bud Light.
And I'd appreciate that respect if that's what I were doing.
Okay, well.
Okay, well.
Life is a highway.
What?
I gotta get back to work.
So, what do you want me to buy from her?
Okay, it doesn't matter. Just get as much as you can for $200, okay?
Yeah, okay, I can do that.
Thank you.
Excuse me, how much can I buy for $200?
Oh, wow. Let's find out.
Oh, damn it, random man. Hey, you know, I don't think you want to be spending all your money here.
Oh, I thought I was supposed to.
What are you doing?
Well, nothing. It's just that $200 is a lot to spend on candy when there's so many other
Asked
booths.
you to get
Glenn,
involved.
what's going on?
He's
So what do
messing
you
with
want
my
me to
sale.
buy? What do you
That's
want me
what's
to
going on.
No, it's okay. I just want everybody to be happy.
You mind your own business.
Okay?
Naina Sol Yara. Says it's Hindi. Could he have been speaking Hindi?
No, he's Dominican.
A Dominican person could speak Hindi if he wanted to. He could learn it.
That's great about you and the beverage guy. I love that guy. Really good guy.
You know him?
We've never talked, but like we'll wave, you know, or he'll nod if he's, you know, pushing the dolly or something. He's a great guy.
You said that already.
Why didn't you just tell him that you didn't understand what he was saying?
Because then he would just go on and on about taking my Latina card from me.
What's a Latina card?
Like when you go to Sharky's, you earn points.
We should go on a double date together. You and the beverage guy and Kelly and me.
Guys, Amy's in uncharted territory right now. She usually only dates white men.
Well, that's pretty racist.
That's not true. I don't just date white men. I dated one white guy 15 years ago, and I just happened to marry him.
I'm gonna call Kelly. I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna call her.
Just because she has a preference doesn't mean she's racist.
I don't have a preference, and if I did, it probably wouldn't be white guys.
You know what? She's here. I could just go up and talk to her. I'm gonna text her.
I'm sorry, isn't having a preference the definition of racism?
I think it's racist to have a non-preference. Like you can say, I'm into Cuban guys, but you can't say I'm into everyone but Cuban guys.
No, yeah, I totally kissed a black guy once.
Oh.
You don't know him. It was from high school.
What was his name?
Peter.
Peter the black guy. Yeah, okay. That doesn't sound right, but whatever.
She's in. Kelly's in. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. Great.
Sometimes I just think that maybe it was a mistake to sink my life savings into this.
Yeah, well, hang in there.
Really? That means a lot, man. The men need to support other men, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, I'm the house.
Oh, no. I couldn't.
It's gonna make me real happy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, where are you going? Pop it in.
Oh, you wanted me to eat it right now?
I want to see the look in your eyes when that cheese hits your tongue.
Yes, I will. I will do this. I will put this in there.
That's how it works. Really?
Mm-hmm.
That is such a relief. I haven't tried it yet. To be honest, it kind of grosses me out.
Hey guys, I just wanted to double check. No one wanted to buy anything from Jerusha, right? Look, just asking as a pal, not your boss. Just as a pal who loves crafts.
No, thank you. I don't really like them.
Okay, cool. Mateo, you would look really fetching in a bird scarf.
Oh, I never cover my neck. It's my best feature. Also, I'm saving up for something I actually want to buy.
Justine, maybe.
Hard pass.
I think the crossword puzzles are harder in spring.
Listen up! Everybody here better get out there and start buying stuff from my wife.
I feel like you're pressuring us.
You're goddamn right I'm pressuring you. You buy stuff or you're fired.
What?
Yeah, and if you tell anyone I did this, I'll lie. And I'll say that I didn't. And they'll believe me because I'm the boss. Now! Go! You move your ass!
I have my medicine in that. I crush it up and hide it to trick myself.
Oh, let me help you. It's right on top here.
And so I lager for 3 months at 35 degrees. And actually, the yeast that I use is a descendant of the original Bavarian wild
It's
yeast.
Bud Light. It's Bud Light. It's a descendant of Bud Light because it's Bud Light.
What are you doing?
Just admit it's Bud Light.
Okay, could you? Fine, it's Bud Light, okay? I buy the cakes wholesale and then I mark up the bottles. Now, could you please stop telling everyone?
Thank you for just being honest with me. That's all I wanted. Now, how about I take you out sometime?
Hey, I'm taking off. You're still up for tonight, right?
Yeah, tonight. So do I need to like wear anything or maybe bring something?
No, nothing special.
Okay. And you're sure this is something I'm gonna enjoy?
I mean, we don't have to if you don't want to. Pero lo que pasa es que el restaurante queda como 1 hora de aquí. Pero tú y yo nos sentamos en el carro, una musiquita, chequeamos el ambiente, la brisa entra en el carro y tú y yo ahí manejando.
Okay, I don't understand what you're saying.
Huh?
My Spanish isn't that good. My parents never made me speak it in the house, and I really don't feel like I should be made to feel guilty about that, okay?
I was just asking if you're cool driving for an hour to this barbecue place I like.
Oh. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
So you didn't understand anything I was saying? Like all the stuff about my mom and my family?
Oh, no. That stuff I totally got. I understood that. Your family. They're a riot. What a hoot.
I can't believe I sold out.
I am so proud of you, my little saleswoman.
I'm thinking about experimenting with a badger on a sweater.
I think people would love that. The Missouri lottery is the highest it's been in 20 years.
Oh, man, I'd love to win the lottery. I'd stop washing the sheets on my futon. I'd just buy new ones every day.
I get a bunch of vintage Jordans, but like Michael Jordan's Jordans, I want the actual shoes off his feet.
If I won, you would not see me here tomorrow. That is for sure. I'd be taking Thursdays off from now on.
I'd buy a private island.
That's my plan too.
I'd go to really expensive stores hoping that white women would be rude to me so I could come back with a bunch of bags and be like, big mistake. Like Pretty Woman.
I'd drop everything and travel the world. You know, no plans, no ties, just me in the open road.
So if you're ditching Kelly, dibs.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Yeah, no. Enjoy the open road. Send me a postcard.
I could probably make Thursdays work if they really needed.
If I won, I would resurrect and then own the dodo.
I donate my winnings to my favorite charity. They pair wounded veterans with dogs who've been rescued from dogfighting rings. Part of their therapy is making art that they sell to raise funds for the Children's Hospital. It's beautiful.
Well, I mean, I would also give to charity.
Yeah, I mean, that's
obviously.
Of course I give.
Not me. I'll stick with my Jordan's idea.
The island would be more of a refuge for like animals or orphans or something.
Exactly.
Ooh, someone's all dressed up. Family court? Oh, God, I hope it's not family court, is it?
No, I'm asking Glenn for a raise. It's just between the divorce and putting money away for Emma's college,
Yeah.
my car just started making this like meh sound. So it's like, what am I supposed to do?
Wait a minute, are you actually nervous? This is Glenn. He loves you.
I know. It's just like makes me feel self-conscious to ask for money.
See, this is the problem. Women aren't socialized to advocate for higher wages, despite the
I'm
fact.
gonna need you to turn off podcast mode. Thanks.
Fair enough.
3, 22.
Oh, those are good. I picked random ones like 14 and 34.
Those are like the random ones that no one picks, so that's kind of a good plan.
Okay. Hey, if you won, do you think we'd still be friends?
Shy, of course. You'd be my friend for my poor life who keeps me grounded. But then again, I don't know if I want to keep a poor person around just bumming everyone out. Ugh. We could buy tickets together, and whoever wins, we split it.
Cool. Let's do it. Oh my God, what if I pick something super out there, like 41 or 50?
Oh my god, yes. You have to.
Hey, so, before, that wasn't anything, right? Like, of course, I wouldn't just ditch you if I won the lottery.
Yeah, I know. I was just giving you a hard time.
Okay, good. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, I wasn't like saying what I would do. I was just talking like wildest fantasies.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. No, all you're saying is I'm not in your wildest fantasies.
No, 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 no. I just meant like a hypothetical world where you're not there.
So I'm dead in your fantasy.
No, 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 no. I just meant no. It's like an alternate timeline where like you never existed in the first place.
Seriously, stop. I can't take this much romance.
Oh, hey, Glenn. Whenever you get a chance, can we talk about something?
Oh, well, I have a chance right now. Shoot.
Oh, no, I meant like later, like in your office, or now. Now, no, now is good. Now's great.
Okay.
Yeah. So, as you know, well, I mean, before I go there, I should say that I feel like I've proven myself to be reliable and pretty sturdy. Well, sturdy's not really the word.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. How do these toilet stools work? Do you just sit down and put your feet on it, or double over and grab onto it for dear life?
Well, that's annoying.
I know, right?
Why are you agreeing with me? You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Sorry.
Check out this text from Colleen at the Belridge store. Biggest jackpot ever. Wonder who's gonna sell the most tickets. She's so competitive with her smug cancer survivor smirk.
She sounds like a real piece of work.
You don't even know her. Why are some women so quick to judge other women?
I don't know.
I need to find a way to sell more tickets than her. Beat her at her own game.
Uh-huh.
Don't say uh-huh. You don't even know the rest of it.
I don't know why I do it.
Without going into too many details, the squatty potty basically saved our marriage.
You don't have to push, it just slides out.
I want a raise. I'm sorry, that was bad timing. I was looking for a pause in the conversation, really. There wasn't one. It was surprisingly a very rich topic.
Okay, well, I will give it a try. I can always bring it back, right?
Yeah, though you won't want to.
So,
deserve a raise.
Thank you.
But ever since Lori was made district manager, I'm not allowed to give raises anymore. Or hugs.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up.
Oh, Amy, come here. You know, can't do that. Look, why don't we hug ourselves and then imagine it?
No, I'm okay.
No, come on.
I'm
There you go.
okay.
There you go. There you go.
I know we're not gonna win, but if we do, should we get our money up front or in installments?
I don't know. Some of my cousins might try to kill me for the money, but with installments, they'll leave me alive.
Okay, but if we get the money now, we could buy something really baller. Like maybe a robot that plays music and is also your dentist and stuff. Or a yacht, but the captain is an ape wearing a sailor hat.
If we get a yacht, do you think we can get Mariah Carey to perform on it?
Oh, yeah.
I want her to sing all of her songs and then tell her, sorry, Mariah, it's not 1994 anymore. Go cut up some cucumber for our water.
Yes.
Not only did you not get the raise, you ended up apologizing to him?
I hadn't planned on asking for a raise while holding a toilet accessory. I'm sorry, how is this okay? Isn't there a problem with people eating these?
Yeah, that's not good. So wait, hold on. That's it? You're just gonna take no for an answer?
Well, what more can I do?
Take it to Lori.
Okay, yeah, I'll just mention it to her the next time she's here. Ooh, vanilla flavored. Now I kind of want to try one.
You can't keep waiting around for the perfect time to ask for a raise, or it's never gonna happen. You should do it now while you've still got your business suit on.
It would be a phone call.
Yeah, but she'll hear that business suit energy.
My mouth is watering. Can't be around these.
For the next number, 30? 31? There's really no wrong answer. You just need to pick another number. 30. No, 31. Huh? Great, 31 it is.
You sounded like you weren't too into that. Was 31 a mistake? What would you do?
Well, it's tough because if you pick 30, you're not going to win. But if you pick 31, you're also not going to win. So it really depends on how you want to not win.
You're a dick.
Wait, no. It was 31 the whole time.
Dina, I thought about what you said about women not supporting other women.
Jesus, just get on with it. I don't have time for the preamble.
Garrett's being rude to the customers. A few of them left before buying lottery tickets.
What?
I thought you might want to know since you're trying to sell more tickets than Colleen.
Thank you for letting me know. This is helpful.
Also, Elias has been stealing discontinued light bulbs.
Hey, Tattletales!
Lori Newstat's office, this is Sky.
Yes, hi. Is she in?
Who's calling?
Amy Dubanowski?
She's not available right now. Can I take a message?
Yeah. Could you just let her know that...
No, sorry. Is she there?
No, she's not available.
Because you asked who was calling, and only then did you say she was unavailable, which implies to me that she is available, she just doesn't want to take our call.
She's just not available.
Listen, Sky, I think you're lying to me. So why don't you do your job and get her on the phone?
I'm sorry. I don't really know what I'm doing. She's a friend of my dad's friend, and...
You know what? I'm sorry. This really isn't my phone call. Take it away, Amy.
Hey, Sky, it's Amy again.
Hi.
You're doing great. You're doing really great. Listen, could you just tell her that I called?
Okay. And what is this regarding?
It's regarding me asking for a raise.
Oh, well, if it's just about a raise, Lori has a protocol for that.
Money. No matter how much you make, it never seems like enough. But with a little planning, you'll see that a budget is like a raise you give yourself. Let's look at a typical budget for a Cloud9 employee. We'll call her Penny Wise.
Oh, she's a killer clown that lives in the sewer?
What? No. Wait, I don't think so.
I don't see any expense for food. I mean, personally, I like food. Anybody else a food person?
Wow, almost all. Well, there's $100 under other. That's probably for food.
So we're supposed to live on under $4 a day for food?
Just don't go eating lobster.
Or get one lobster and just eat a little bit at a time over the course of several weeks. That's what I do.
There's no line for childcare or going to the doctor.
Probably because they're just planning on us not getting sick, right?
I eat 2-week-old unrefrigerated lobster. I'm going to get sick.
So, I just managed to get us a reservation tonight at the Italian place with the Irish name that you love.
Oh, Brian's Osteria? Ah, they have the best spaghetti.
It wasn't easy, by the way. They don't have a host that takes reservations. So I had to track down the owner at a spin class.
I feel like you're just trying to make up for totally ditching me in your lottery fantasy world.
Could be, but I won't be ditching you as we go home to watch the Hallmark romantic comedy of your choosing. And I won't poke holes in any of the stories.
Not even if the guy is revealed to be the girl's childhood pen pal?
Nope. That's just a wonderful coincidence.
What else can we do to have luxury on a budget?
Sometimes I pee in the shower. It helps save toilet water. It's not why I do it, but it's a plus. I do it to wash my feet. Urine is sterile.
I save my bath water to water the plants in my garden, and vice versa.
We could cut down on things like lotto tickets or buy more lotto tickets depending on whether we win or not.
My friend Corona just keeps her webcams on all day in her bedroom and her bathroom. She makes thousands of dollars.
You could be on the lookout for loose coins, vending machines, couch cushions, the ground near parking meters, fountains. ABG. Always be gathering.
Or what if this company just gave us a little bit more money so we wouldn't have to scrounge for money like street urchins?
This one guy paid Corona $10,000 to fart on a cake. She went to Cabo.
Oh, well, okay, moving on. Section 3, Social Services. Uncle Sam has your food. Now go get it.
While you were at the meeting, I was checking out Lori's Instagram to see how unavailable she is.
What? Nice day for a drive, a golfing drive, because this minx is hitting the links. Jesus.
The course is not that far from here. You could just happen to run into her and then bring up the raise.
I think stalking her on social media and then hunting her down while she's playing golf might come off as a little pushy.
It would come off as a lot pushy. But pushy people are the ones that get what they want. You gotta have chutzpah.
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 Okay, fine. But you're coming with me.
Deal.
God, you're annoying.
Annoying or pushy?
Annoying.
What with 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42.
You picked the numbers from Lost?
Yeah. Are you a fan?
No. Take your business elsewhere.
Hey, you're scaring off customers.
I'm scaring off gambling addicts.
Oh, and you don't care about the $5,000 bonus that goes to whoever sells the winning ticket?
Oh boy, you think I'm that gullible?
Hey, Sandra, how much does the employee who sells a winning lotto ticket get?
$5,000?
Look, even if that was true, which I don't believe it is, do you think I'm just going to start hauling ass in the 1 in 7 million chance that I'm going to sell the winning ticket?
I didn't ask you to do anything.
Damn it. All right, come on, people. Let's get this line moving. You can't win if you don't play. Let's see what you got here.
We should have a saltwater pool on the yacht. Not to swim in, just to be like, hey, Ocean, we don't need you. We've got our own.
And we should hire someone to bury treasure for us, and then we get to find it.
Is this still on the yacht?
Everything is happening on the yacht. We are done with land.
You guys know you wouldn't get all 30 million if you won, right?
What are you talking about?
Well, if you won it all at once, you'd get 18.
Oh, well, I mean, it's still pretty.
And then after taxes, 11, so that's 5.5 each.
5.5 million? I guess that's something, right? I mean, it's more than we have.
Guess.
Oh, is that her over there by the tree?
No, that doesn't look anything like her either. Do you just think all white women look the same?
No. I think all these white women look the same. Just keep your eyes peeled. Tell me if you see her.
Well, I mean, that's going to be tough. At these speeds, everything is just a blur.
Shut up. I'm not used to these things. Not everyone grew up going to country clubs.
I feel like you just think of me as this, like, spoiled rich kid who spent all of his time playing tennis and golf.
All right, well, what'd you grow up playing?
Mostly tennis and some golf. And I was a pretty decent skier.
Ugh. Oh, wait. Is that her over there?
No, again, that's just... Oh, wait, yeah, no, that is her.
Yeah, it is her. Okay, here we go.
I'm gonna take a nap. Wake me up when we get there.
Attention shoppers, come buy your lottery ticket at customer service right now. There are some people who say the lottery is basically a tax on lower income, less educated people. But you know who doesn't say that? People who win the lottery. There you go, gotta be in it to win it, girl.
Myrtle, what are you doing here?
Playing the numbers.
Yeah, how you been?
Oh, I've been doing just fine. I got a job collecting cans and bottles from the trash.
Oh.
It's not bad. There's some competition, but I just have to get there at 3 a.m.
Yeah, well, hey, you know what? Why don't you give me these and I'll give you the cash, okay? $30 sounds about right for all of this, huh?
That's even more than I thought.
I hope you win.
Me too. The nights at the motel are starting to add up.
So we're just gonna say that we happened to be here golfing and that we ran into her, and then I'll just segue into talking about the raise.
Got it. Do you want to go over some possible segues?
No, I think I'll just find it.
Okay, all right. But, just in case. Speaking of golf greens, I could use a little green myself.
So dumb.
You know what really teased me off? Low pay.
Speaking of a hole in one.
Oh, yeah, you're going to kill it. Uh-oh, she's moving.
Lori! Hey, Lori! Lori!
Watch out for the hill right here.
Hey! Hi! Lori! I thought that was you!
Watch out!
It doesn't seem like anything is broken, but just to be safe, I'm gonna need you not to move.
Lori, I am so sorry. I was trying to pull up next to you, but those things really just don't turn well. And I'm not saying this is what happened, but it is very possible that someone cut my brake lines.
Okay. Can I get up, please?
I'm sorry for the wait. They don't let us drive the truck on the grass.
Well, while we're waiting, and speaking of not being able to move, I too have had trouble moving lately, past the poverty line.
No way. No, what are you doing?
Chutzpah. So I would love, no, actually, I think I deserve an extra $1.50 an hour.
I'm sorry, are you actually asking me for a raise right now?
Of course not
Yes,
right now.
Yes, that is what I'm doing. Unless for some reason I'm not allowed to, like medically speaking.
No, not medically. But if you're asking me if it's a good idea right now to ask for a raise.
No, I wasn't asking your opinion. I just needed the info.
Okay.
With the highest lottery jackpot in 20 years, tonight's winning numbers are 4.
Nope.
8.
Nope.
15.
Tina, we sold 12,742 tickets.
Yes! Suck it, Colleen, you pink ribbon-wearing bitch. If her jaw wasn't wired shut, I'd make her eat trash.
So this was about Colleen from Belridge. Pretty sure I know the answer to this question, but there's no bonus, is there?
Just the bonus of telling Colleen she can suck
No,
it.
Sandra, you're not a part of this.
And for our mega jackpot winning number, 42.
Hey, what's the numbers from Lost?
Guess it's back to washing my futon sheets like a frickin' nerd.
I like working Thursdays. You can talk about how Friday's coming up and how Wednesday was, and yeah.
Enjoy your $5.5 million, loser.
I get seasick anyway.
Yeah. I like living with my cousins. It's cool.
In what world did you actually think she was going to give you a raise?
I don't know. I thought you'd be like, I got Moxie, kid.
Why? Because she's a 1930s Hollywood producer?
Yes, like I'm gonna put you in the picture, see? All right, so up. Stupid game for stupid people.
If you want to move up the corporate ladder, you're going to need to learn how to play golf.
Okay, golf game.
All right, just hear me out, okay? So when you pull the club back, you want to make a triangle with your arms, okay? Just think of yourself as like you're a pendulum, okay? You're a clock. Yeah, but not so loose, and let's please be careful. Okay, so next, can I put my arms
Do it.
around?
Oh, that's only weird if you talk about it.
Okay, all right. Okay, so hands overlap. Okay,
Okay. All right. Good. Good. Yeah. Pull back. Good. Good. Good.
Hey, me again. Where are you? If you won the lottery and are traveling the world, at least give me a call first, okay? So I can cancel our table. Okay. Bye.
Good. Good. Okay. Now don't say yes. All right. When you come forward, we're gonna move with the power of our whole bodies. Okay. Not just our arms. In. That was incredible.
Who knew I would be so good at golf?
I certainly didn't. Yeah. No, not four. Nobody says. Four is like a warning, like your ball is gonna hit somebody in the head.
No, I'm pretty sure you say that whenever you feel like saying that.
That is incorrect.
It's fun. Try it.
Four!
See?
Yeah, that was really good.
About the good old days, and he was wearing an Obama t-shirt, and I just miss Obama so much.
Wow. It's like, thanks, Obama.
Funny to think I was the one freaking out before. You know what? Doesn't matter.
Guys, come on. It's just an envelope. It's got to be somewhere.
Oh, look. I found my retainer.
Oh.
It doesn't fit. My teeth must have shifted.
Again, let's stop looking for treasure and find the envelope.
What is he wearing? Looks like hiking gear. I'll say something to him.
Yes, but remember, bad cop, good cop. I've done plays.
What do you think? Huh? Hey, check out how light these are. Carbon fiber. Sorry, they're probably a little sweaty.
Nice. We outside people now? We investing in gear?
Yeah. Treat myself.
Hey, here's a question. How are you going to pay for all that without a job?
I have savings.
He's a grown man. He can spend his money how he wants.
Yeah, well, he's just going to blow through all those savings before you know it. And then what, huh? You're just going to be a bum?
I don't think a little harsh.
Okay, you know what? I think it's time I drop a little truth bomb on you, okay? You're a grown man. You're too young to retire, and you're way too old to start mountain climbing or whatever this is. So snap out of it, okay, bub? Grow up, get a job, and be a man. Kapow! Truth bomb.
The hell are you to talk to him that way? He is more man than you'll ever be.
What?
If we're talking about truth bombs, well, take shelter because I'm about to make it rain.
Hey, Adam, it's Amy. Give me a call. I have a story to tell you. It's kind of a long story that ends with a baby. Our baby. Nope. Re-record. Hey, Adam, who has two thumbs and your baby inside of her? Nope. Hey, baby. No. If you want to split Emma's tap shoes with me, you can just Venmo me the cash. But again, the pregnancy was the main point of the call. So remember that phrase, just once for old time's sake? Oh, what are you doing? Just call me, okay? We need to talk. I have to tell you that it is Cinco de Mayo Eve. Arriba.
Hey, Amy, which of these looks most like a baby?
They're all bad.
All right, how about we talk about your girl Kelly for a sec with her fortune teller sleeves and her Dallas eyeshadow?
Okay, I think we've gotten a little off topic.
Guys, Jonah's right. This is stupid. I'm not gonna go hiking. All right, I take the elevator to the second floor. I'm gonna put this stuff back.
No, wait, you don't have to.
It's fine. Okay, I'll take the first job that comes along. I hear Spud City's hiring a peeler. That seems about right.
There you go. It's about time you started facing reality.
Jonah, stop. Seriously. Just look at him. Don't work at Spud City or wherever. Just... We'll be all right.
Yeah, Mateo's right. I crossed a line. You shouldn't take any job that doesn't make you truly happy.
How do you not get how this works? He was finally going to get a job.
I'm sorry, it's confusing. You're a very good actor.
I've also done plays.
Oh, hey, Amy, I need your advice.
Yeah, right now's not the best time.
Yeah, I want to surprise Jerusha with some baby stuff at the party that can work for a boy or girl. Are bottles too wiener-shaped?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Sure.
Okay. God, there's so much stuff. It's overwhelming.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah,
It's
you got
very
rub-a-nub, cribs, infant carrier, wipe warmers. What is this kid, the Queen of England?
I can't be here right now. Excuse me.
Hey, where are you going?
Look, Tina, I know I'm supposed to be working, okay, but I can't be here right now. I need to go somewhere, just anywhere away from here, and I can't get this stupid time card work in the thing.
Hey. Let's get out of here.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I just feel weird about not clocking out.
Of course, the eventual plan will be to hike the Appalachian Trail, but for now, I'm just gonna walk around the reservoir.
Cool. Bo and I did it there once.
I've gone from expense accounts and hotel dinners to having to figure out what squat and berry means.
I don't know. I think he's kind of pulling off that hat.
Are you kidding? It looks like if Freddie Mercury was going fly fishing.
Attention, ladies and germs! Sorry, I've always wanted to say that.
Wait, where's Dina?
Oh no, she's not here. I guess we'll have to reschedule.
No, we'll wait.
So are we talking broken condom or pull and pray situation?
Can we not talk about that?
Sure. What do you think Alex is gonna say when he finds out you're pregnant with Adam's baby?
Let's not talk about that either.
Okay, all right. Are you gonna get an abortion?
How about we just listen to the radio? Oh, right. No radio.
Look, we can ride in silence. That is fine by me. I just needed to know if I should head towards the clinic. The abortion clinic. For an abortion.
No. Let's not head to the abortion clinic.
You're sure?
Yeah.
Hey Siri, cancel route. Okay, I've stopped navigating.
Enough waiting.
It's white.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Maybe you guys are having a white baby.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Garrett said that he was gonna take care of the gender reveal, so we just got a regular cake. I made the melon baby.
Garrett, what is it?
I don't know.
What?
I mean, I don't know. You don't know. The doctor doesn't even know. I mean, what is gender anyway, right? It's just a construct. I mean, look around. We got football, you got ballet. You guys are writing this baby's code before it even comes out. You're perpetuating gender stereotypes. How about we let this kid figure out its own gender? You guys should be ashamed of yourselves.
It's just that things were finally back on track, you know? Like, I was dating someone nice. Emma's almost out of the house, and I was gonna get out there and have fun. You know, I was gonna take skydiving lessons.
Ah, you have an excuse not to do it now.
What are you talking about? I was gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
I visited the website like 5 times.
Yeah, what's the name of the place?
Captain Rick's. Skydiving. Bonanza. Fine. The point is, I wanted the option to take the skydiving lessons, you know? I wanted to be able to be spontaneous and do what I wanted to do for once. You know, all of the stuff that I... Who cares? Doesn't matter anymore.
Listen, if you ask me, you can always find a reason not to do anything. And if there is stuff you want to do that stuff.
Yeah. Maybe. I don't know.
Do you ever play laser tag? Oh, it is awesome. They tell you not to run, but you can run. You can.
Hey,
Hey,
what happened here?
you know how crazy gender reveal parties get.
Yeah.
There was so much Chianti and mozzarella and the unlimited breadsticks.
I'm pregnant. I'm pregnant.
You're pregnant? With a baby? Sorry, obviously, that's, who?
It's Adam.
Oh, yeah, Adam. Adam.
It was a one-time thing.
How's Adam doing?
He's good.
Great, great. That's, tell him I said hi. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with that.
I don't know.
Why did you kiss me?
I wanted to. Before everything changed.
I can't even. You know what? No. Forget it. Nope.
Just a reminder that it's still Haitian Heritage Month. So if you have a customer and you think they might be Haitian, feel free to offer them a sticker. Also, it is Mother's Day this weekend, and corporate says mothers are in this year. So we're going to be hitting that hard. Well, that's it for the prepared announcements. Now I'll open it up to the room in case anyone has something they'd like to say. Maybe about Mother's Day?
Well, my mom broke parole, so I think that this is
No,
going to be the last.
Cheyenne, Amy has the floor.
Oh. Okay, I see. Hey guys, I'm pregnant.
Oh my god.
What?
Wow. What?
Oh my god, out of nowhere.
I know what you're thinking, but I only told like 3 people, so this is not on me.
It's fine. Everybody would have been able to tell soon anyway.
I guess last week when you plowed through that pile of taquitos.
It wasn't a pile of taquitos. It was a couple taquitos.
Don't worry, I couldn't tell. Did you know?
No. No, I didn't know until just now. That is wild and wacky stuff. I did not know that.
Well, I could tell already. I compared the pictures.
What pictures?
What pictures?
Oh, that explains why you didn't want to come on my Gossip Girl bar crawl.
Uh-huh. That was why.
We have a lot of work to do, so let's just burn through all of this. Amy is pregnant. The baby is Adam's. I was the first to know because I am her best friend. And Justine, no one went to your bar crawl because you are unpleasant to be around.
Unpleasant in bed.
Lame.
I'm going to give it to her. Nice one.
Thank you.
Attention Cloud9 shoppers, this weekend is Mother's Day. I don't know your mother, but given what women have gone through this past year, I think it's pretty safe to say she needs this.
Hey.
Hey.
So, we should probably talk.
Honestly, it's fine. I'm all good, really. Nothing to talk about.
Okay. But, you know, if we were gonna talk, I might say something like, I was in a weird place emotionally, and...
But we're not gonna talk, right? So, no need to do this. There, that looks right. I'm gonna go help Kelly. Hey, you.
And something else you might want to know is Amy's pregnant.
Quarterly reports really mainly just refers to the financials. I don't know who Amy is.
Floor manager.
I'm her best friend.
Okay. A few things on our end. We're figuring out which store will host the next CEO town hall meeting, and with your story of rebuilding after the tornado, you guys are on the short list.
Oh, so the CEO may come to this store that we're in right now. That's interesting.
If he needs a place to stay, he can have my master bedroom. Jerusha and I could share Teamer's trundle bed.
My place is quieter. Do you know what kind of shampoo he uses? I usually make my own.
My guess is that he would stay at a hotel. But for now, if you could send us a photo of your team, that would help with promotional materials.
We'll get you 100 photos. 1,000!
One's good.
Attention Cloud9 shoppers, we have a bit of an emergency.
We need to make an announcement.
I'm in the middle of something
Yeah,
right
this
now.
is urgent. Attention employees, we need you to assemble in the front of the store for a group photo in 10 minutes.
And look sharp. We have a chance to have CEO Neil Penderson in our store. This is not a prank.
Neil Henderson.
As I was saying, there's a missing child. His name is Caden. He has brown hair, is 8 years old, and is wearing overalls. So, I guess those two things. Group photo, missing kid.
Yo, Amy, heard you got a baby all up in them guts. Yeah, congrats.
Thank you.
Mad props on not getting scooped out. Choose life, y'all. What's up?
Okay.
We brought you some of Harmonica's old baby stuff we were going to give to Goodwill.
Then we're like, why deal with the middleman when we can just do the charity right onto you?
Oh, okay. Thank you. But I'm not a charity case.
Oh, there's some good stuff in here.
Oh, that baby, it's a good baby.
Oh, it's clean. It's clean. Oh,
that's sweet.
So cute. Little bitch.
Oh, but what if it's a boy then?
Oh, it's like a pretty funny slam on him. Little bitch.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, I need your shirts tucked and your guts sucked. Pretty people up front, uggos in the back. All right,
Glenn, could I be in the picture?
Oh, I wish that you could, Sandra, but somebody's got to take the picture. Maybe next year.
Okay, it's just that I was the one who took it last year and the year before that.
Did you change for this?
I want to shine. Is it a crime to shine?
I like it. You look like a car freshener.
Thank you.
Okay, Heather, sweetie, get some self-esteem. Come up to the front. Amanda, way back, like you're going for a fly ball. Jonah, you're gonna show off your tight little bod right here.
She's more uncomfortable than flattering.
Half pint, right there.
Oh, how big of a smile do you want? It hurts a little, but I can show all of my teeth.
Let's go with all the teeth. Single mother, Rodriguez. Here we go.
I can't tell I'm single in a photo, Dina.
Sure.
Okay, now let's look like a family. Okay, everyone put your arms around each other. Yeah. Jonah, both arms. Pregnancy's not contagious.
Have you two never taken a picture? Some of us have to pee.
Okay, we're ready. Let's do this.
That's the spirit. Okay, everyone, big smiles.
There's a spot open in the middle. I could set a timer and
Nope,
run in.
I got it.
Oh, okay. I guess that works too. Okay, here we go.
That is a group photo of our group.
Yeah, doesn't exactly scream CEO.
Seems fine to me.
Exactly. It's just fine. That's a good way of putting it.
That's not what I meant.
You know what? I just don't feel anything when I look at it. I want to see tornado survivors.
Right. Like on CNN Heroes, you get a sense of the struggle. This doesn't feel like CNN Heroes.
Well, this is a still image, and that's a television show.
You know, I agree with Garrett. We should be doing a TV show.
Not what I said.
Oh my God, I bet none of the other stores are doing a TV show.
It seems excessive.
Oh, excess leads to success.
Well, that rhymes.
Well, drop your concerns, Ken Burns. Let's do this.
Nice.
Oh, hey, Amy. Did you drop that $20 bill?
Nope, that's not mine.
Oh, well, I mean, you saw it first, so finders keepers.
No, I didn't. You found it.
Why didn't you just keep it?
Mateo, thank you. That's very kind of you, but I don't really need handouts.
Handouts? I don't even know what you're talking about. Someone dropped that there. I don't know who.
Oh, damn, Lucky. Hey, no, that's mine. What? No, it's mine now.
It's mine.
I just found it. It's
I
mine.
put it there for Amy to find, Bo.
Amy doesn't need your charity, okay? No, I'll lick this. Mine.
I'll lick it.
Where did that come from?
I just wanted to kiss you. I might do it again sometime.
not consider myself warned.
Excuse me. Where can I find the dog food?
Oh, I'll show you.
We'll show you together. Oh, that was we're. Okay.
Cheyenne, tell us what you remember about the day the tornado hit.
Okay, I remember I had Chipotle for breakfast, and the guy who made my burrito was like really creepy, but kind of in a hot way. He was like, "What kind of protein do you want?" And I was like, "Carnitas?"
No, more, what was it like here, at work, in the store?
Did you think you were going to die?
Yeah, totally.
Could you say that as a complete sentence?
Sure. I thought I was gonna die.
Cheyenne, we're getting nothing, okay? If you thought you were going to die, maybe act like it.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can act like that. Okay. I remember coming. Sorry. I remember coming into work.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry. Oh my god! It feels like my throat is closing up. Oh god! I think someone poisoned my drink. Oh, my skin is on fire.
I think we got it.
It's not like I walked in planning to kiss you.
Can we not do this now? I'm working. I can take you over here.
Sorry, man, he's closed. You can't just not talk to me.
I'm not talking to you. I just don't want to talk about yesterday. We could talk about anything else. You want to talk about SpaceX? I'm in.
Okay. I think it's really gross that only rich people get to go to space. And also, it's like focus on Earth problems before we set up shop on Mars.
Interesting. Counterpoint.
Okay, I don't really want to talk about this. I want to talk about yesterday.
Well, I don't, okay? Ma'am, it's fine.
No, still closed, ma'am. Thanks.
Okay, fine. I got 2 minutes until my break. Go.
Okay, well, obviously there are feelings, or, I mean, not obviously, I guess, seemingly. I just really didn't think this would be a one-sided conversation. Look, what I want to say...
Ames.
Hi, Adam. Adam's here.
I see that. Hey, Adam. Congratulations.
Thanks, man. Congratulations on what?
So, what are you doing here?
You left a message saying we needed to talk in person.
I meant, like, after work.
You said it was urgent. I needed batteries anyway, so I thought since you get a discount.
Well, I can't really use my discount on friends. Bigger fish to fry. Look, Adam, can we talk about this later? It's kind of a long story.
Yo, Amy, I left that baby stuff by her locker. Now that you're pregnant, no time to be stingy.
That guy's got great timing.
You're pregnant? I'm sorry. Who is? No, not
No,
No. We haven't even.
Jonah, no, don't worry. It's yours.
Okay, good. What?
Yep. Surprise.
I'm sorry. How did this even? I mean, I know how it Wow.
I know it's a lot to take in. This is not how I planned on telling you that I'm pregnant.
Who's pregnant?
Damn it.
I think we should invest in some dividers or something.
What's going on? Who is this guy?
This is Alex, our beverage rep. Or, I mean, and other things, but we just haven't really discussed labels.
Well, I'll let you guys all talk.
No. You're fine where you are.
I will move back in with you if you want.
What?
Wow.
Hold up, who is this guy? Are you dating him too?
No. This is my ex-husband.
And we're having a baby together and maybe getting remarried.
Oh my God.
Well, you've got your hands full, so I'm going to take my break now.
No, I just really want to finish our talk.
We can talk about SpaceX another time.
No, we can't. Not at the rate that they're burning through capital.
I can't find my mommy.
Grown-ups are talking.
Hey, I'll help you find your mommy.
What kind of beverages?
It runs the gamut.
I love beverages.
We were all so scared. And I made a promise to myself that day that if I survived, I would let the people that I love know how much they mean to me every day.
Okay, Mateo, you seem to be hitting the drama a little hard.
Okay. You said you wanted emotion. I gave you emotion.
Well, maybe less emotion.
Got it. No problem. It was chaos. People screaming, debris flying everywhere like locusts. I started my shift a boy, but I clocked out man.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I think we've seen enough. Moving on. Gonna move on.
Wait, I'm sorry, okay? I'm trying to do it normal, but it was crazy. When I think about that tornado, you know, you think you know what it's like to be scared, but then when you feel true fear for the first time, it envelops you and crushes you. But then it sort of comforts you like a hug. And I don't know, it's hard to explain, but sorry.
Oh. Are you kidding me right now?
Hey, what's happening?
Sorry, I can't talk right now. I'm a blanket.
Oh, okay. Can you maybe be a blanket that helps me stock body scrub?
Blankets don't have hands.
Stop.
I want to meet your parents.
Oh.
I mean, it feels like we're getting serious, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah. Okay, how about a Mother's Day brunch?
We doing brunch? I'm always down for brunch.
Oh, it's just us.
Oh, okay. Well, we should meet up afterwards. I'm supposed to meet my mom later that day, but I can blow it off, so it's totally fine.
Hey, Alex, it's Carol from Cloud9. I got your number off of the vendor list. I was the one that was vaping by the dumpster last Thursday, and you said, "Are you vaping?" And I said, "Yeah." Anyway, I heard about the breakup, and I just wanted to say sorry. So let me know if you ever want to go grab drinks, or you can just come by for a massage or whatever.
So how did Alex take it?
Relatively well, I guess. I mean, I don't know how you're supposed to take it when you find out the woman you're dating is pregnant with another man's child.
Ugh, you should have asked me. I've had that conversation multiple times.
Well, now that you're single again, you and I should start hanging out more. We can call each other slut in like the fun way.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Adam did offer to get back together, so we'll see.
You're back with Adam. Yay, Amy.
Well, no, not really. I mean, yes, he offered, but I'm not going to do it.
I'm sorry. The father of your baby wants to step up? Do you watch any daytime talk shows? That never happens.
But there's clearly still an attraction. You did go back for seconds.
I wouldn't say no to a man offering to support me and my baby.
He can't support me. He works part-time at a PetSmart.
Which PetSmart?
The one on Balson.
Oh, that's the good one.
I bet with his discount, you could get a lizard for like nothing.
I'm willing to pay full price for a lizard if it means I don't have to get back with my ex-husband.
I mean, I know it's not ideal, but given the choice between Adam and no one...
Okay, I don't really want to talk about this anymore, so let's find something else to talk about.
Just one more thing. Ames, thought a lot about this, and you being pregnant is not a deal breaker for me. I may not be that baby's father, but I'm willing to step up and be its dad.
Thank you, Marcus. I'll let you know.
Okay, now 2 men are willing to be the father. You are running out of sympathy points, girl.
Could you feel the electricity in the air? It's like we're at a big movie premiere and all the stars are here. Dina Fox, who are you wearing?
Oh, this? Not sure. Probably a 9-year-old Malaysian kid. Do you want me to come up with a name?
Please don't.
Bong. It was Bong.
She did.
Show the movie.
Okay, is this a movie or a book?
I thought I was gonna die.
Hey,
Hey.
you're missing the big movie premiere.
Yeah, I guess I'll just have to Netflix it.
Look, I'm sorry if I reacted poorly yesterday. I think I was just caught by surprise.
Look, could we maybe not do this right now? I'm sorry. It's been a really rough day, and I don't know how much more I can take.
Okay.
What is that supposed to mean?
What? I said okay. a little annoying. You know, you waited to talk to me all day, and when I'm ready, it's just like, nah, it's what you want when you want it.
All right, well, I don't know if you've noticed, Jonah, but I'm sort of going through some things.
Yeah, I get that. You know, I guess I'm just saying everybody has problems.
Oh, really? What are your problems, Jonah? Did the farmer's market run out of your yogurt? Or oh, your New Yorker came late this month.
The New Yorker is weekly, and yeah, fine, okay. Maybe you have a little more stuff than I do.
A little more stuff?
But that doesn't mean that you get to just dismiss anything I say.
Oh my God, cry me a river.
This is what I'm talking about. You love playing the martyr. You get to just judge everybody else, but nobody gets to criticize you on your crap.
Are you really that pissed off that I kissed you?
No, I'm pissed off that I waited around for you for 2 years and you waited until I was in a relationship and you were pregnant to kiss me.
Who asked you to wait around? I don't even know what you're still doing here, Jonah. You can leave whenever you want.
So could you, but we all know that's never gonna happen.
Go to hell, Jonah.
Here at store 1217, we're a family. And we got through that day like a family.
Like a family.
Like a family.
Yeah, totally.
That was so good. That could seriously be on YouTube.
Guys, I would watch a show about us.
Me too. I want to show Bo. He's never seen me in a video with clothes on.
You know, after watching it, I gotta say, a lot of the key choices were mine.
Oh, so my parents are in Cheesecake Factory on Sunday. Or they like Buca de Beppo too. I don't know. What do you think?
I say we do both. Throw in Panera and it's a brunch crawl.
Perfect. I love you.
I think we should break up.